Chapter 1121. The Devil Flame Kingdom. Black flames could be seen burning everywhere, just like its name. In the capital city of the Devil Flame Kingdom, the ancient city walls were burning with a layer of black demonic fire, but there was no heat at all, as if it was an illusion. In the capital city, a huge palace with a flame-like appearance stood tall. It was the palace of the Devil Flame Kingdom. A human ant has entered the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Pass down my order. Anyone who kills a human will get second-class merit. The majestic voice was like muffled thunder as it rolled out of the palace like a storm. Soon, it spread throughout the entire Devil Flame country and went outside the Devil Flame country. Many tribes under the rule of the Devil Flame Kingdom also received the news. Second-class merit. Killing a human ant can get second-class merit. I'll take this merit. Suddenly, all the demon experts were excited. The merit of the Devil Flame Kingdom was divided into 4 classes, with 3rd class being the lowest and Supreme the highest. But it was not easy to get 3rd class merit, let alone 2nd class merit. Now, killing a human who had entered this place would earn them 2nd class merit points. This undoubtedly made all the demon race experts extremely excited. 2nd class merit was very precious. Even if there were many humans who entered here, and they were not weak, the demon experts would not be afraid. This was the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, their territory. For a time, all the tribes and superior experts of the Devil Flame Kingdom set out, either alone or in groups, to find traces of the human. Human. Kill him. More than a dozen winged demons flew across the sky, locked onto Chunzong from afar, and threw the black spears in their hands. The spears pierced through the air with a thunderous roar, piercing through the sky. Kill. However, Chunzong merely glanced at it before leaping into the air. Like an arrow leaving a bow, he shot through the air at an extremely fast speed. He raised the cold-edged sword, and sword light shot out, instantly shattering the dozen spears, and shot toward the winged demons like a hot knife through butter. When the winged demons saw this, their expressions changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. They hurriedly flapped their wings and flew away. However, Chunzong was even faster. He approached and drew his sword. There was no need for him to use any sword techniques. With a single slash, he instantly killed all of the winged devils. They were already very close to the winged demon clan's tribe. Chunzong scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found that the strongest winged demon clan's tribe was a superior rank 9 winged demon. There were not many of them, only one. Kill him, Chunzong said quietly. The devil race and the human race were different races. Now that a war had broken out, the devil race had invaded the surface and slaughtered countless humans. Now, Chunzong had no psychological burden to kill some devil race members. Moreover, if he wanted to cause more damage to the Earth Demon Abyss, killing more demons was undoubtedly a way. Like a giant ballista leaving its bowstring, he charged forward at an extremely fast speed. He was like a meteor streaking across the sky as he approached the winged demon clan's tribe. The tyrannical aura surged out, alerting the experts of the winged demon clan. They all appeared. That's a human. The experts of the winged demon clan were shocked. The order to kill issued by the Devil Flame country had not been completely spread here. After all, this place was relatively remote. Therefore, the experts of the winged demon clan were naturally shocked and puzzled when they saw a human. However, this did not stop them from attacking. The black spear pierced through the air. Its speed was even faster, and the power it carried was even stronger. Chunzong was not afraid at all. Like a meteor, he shot forward. With a slash of his sword, he instantly shattered the spears. Although these winged demon clan experts were not weak, they were still not enough to deal with Chunzong. Kill. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, each strike was fatal. The strongest expert of the winged demon clan also attacked. Holding a black spear in both hands, he streaked across the sky like a meteor. With terrifying power, he fiercely blasted toward Chunzong. The spear was burning with black flames. It was the demonic flame. The The demonic flame was a type of flame that the demon clan experts could ignite to increase the power of their attacks. The power of this attack made Chunzong's expression turn slightly solemn. Since he could not withstand it with his physique refinement realm alone, he could only use his chi refinement realm cultivation. Sword slash. The white sword light was like a line between the sky and the water, separating heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, the winged demons were cut in half. Chunzong grabbed the air with his left hand. Streams of blood spurted out and were instantly compressed. They were refined into blood beads by Chunzong. Although the strongest powerhouse in the winged demon clan was only upper rank 9, there were also some upper rank 7 and rank 8 powerhouses. In total, there were more than 20 of them, which provided Chunzong with more than 20 valuable blood beads. There were many tribes in the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Most of them did not have an Emperor Realm expert. Even for a powerful race like the Demon Clan, Emperor Realm experts were not as common as cabbages. In the last 3 levels of the Earth Demon Abyss, wars would break out between tribes. It was not strange for a tribe to be annihilated. It did not affect anything. Such a winged demon clan tribe was annihilated by Chunzong. After entering the tribe, Chunzong searched but did not find anything useful. It was nothing more than the bones of some demons. This was an ornament that was very popular among the demon clan. I'm close. Chunzong sensed the existence of another white jade piece through the white jade piece. It was getting closer and clearer in his direction. It seemed that they would meet soon. I hope it's not the demon clan, Chunzong muttered and continued to move forward. After a while, Chunzong was stunned and then smiled. Brother Chun, fortunately it's you. Ichinchio, who was dressed in white, smiled. He also followed his senses and was worried that he would find the demon clan instead of his companions who entered here. Now that he found not only his companions, but also Chunzong, he was naturally very happy. Among the people who entered here, Chunzong and Ichinchio were close in age. Of course, this referred to the previous Chunzong and not the current body. Moreover, the two of them were equally strong and both wielded swords. Needless to say, they joined forces and pushed forward. Kill, kill, kill. Chunzong naturally also mentioned that he still needed the Purgatory Demon Soul Flower and the Earth-Een Mysterious Nether Liquid, the 2 main ingredients to refine the antidote. The second tribe was a demonic beast tribe. There were 2 upper-level, 9th-level demon clan experts who were slaughtered by Chunzong and Ichinchio. Chunzong obtained more than 30 blood beads. At this time, the experts from various tribes and the Demon Flame Country also spread out to look for traces of a human clan. The Demon Flame Country experts were sure that there were humans here, but they were not sure where. The 8th layer of the Earth Demon Abyss was not small and was not so easy to find. Brother Chun, I think the Purgatory Demon Soul Flower and the Earth-Een Mysterious Nether Liquid can only be found in the big tribes or the capital of the Demon Flame Country. Ichinchio said. The 2 slaughtered the 3rd Demon Clan tribe and searched, but did not find anything valuable. Hearing Ichinchio's words, Chunzong could not help but nod. Indeed, the Purgatory Demon Soul Flower and the Earth-Een Mysterious Nether Liquid were very precious and very rare. It was impossible for small tribes to have them. Even if they did, they would probably be sold or offered to the big tribes or even the experts of the Demon Flame Country. After all, the Purgatory Demon Soul Flower and the Earth-Een Mysterious Nether Liquid were not only the main ingredients to refine the antidote, but also other medicinal pills that were helpful to the Demon Clan's cultivation. Now, if they wanted to get the Purgatory Demon Soul Flower and the Earth-Een Mysterious Nether Liquid, they could only start from the big tribes. However, the reason why the big tribes were big tribes was because they had at least 1 Demon Emperor level expert. For Chunzong and Ichinchio, a Demon Emperor level expert was very powerful and not easy to deal with. However, if Chunzong used the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword, he could definitely contend with them in a short time. As for Ichinchio, to be honest, Chunzong did not think that Ichinchio's strength was only so. Perhaps what he showed was his normal strength, but he definitely still had some hidden trump cards that could greatly increase his strength. Therefore, for Chunzong and I Chinchio, it was not impossible to invade a big tribe that had a demon emperor level expert. Two humans, the second-class merit is mine. A blood demon expert discovered the whereabouts of Chunzong and I Chinchio and was immediately pleasantly surprised. At the same time, the blood demon's figure exploded, turning into countless blood shadows that shuttled through the sky and attacked Chunzong and I Chinchio respectively. If the blood shadows pass through the body, part of the blood essence will be taken away and they would become weak. This move was one of the blood demon race's secret techniques. However, this blood demon did not clearly see the strength of Chunzong and I Chinchio. I Chinchio slashed out with his sword, and the strange black, evil sword tore through the sky. Wherever it passed, the blood shadows of the blood demon would instantly stop, then collapse and disappear, revealing the blood demon's true body. It was as if it was frozen in midair, unable to move. This move surprised Chunzong. He originally thought that I Chinchio's swordsmanship was simple and crude, but now it seemed that he had mastered such a mysterious swordsmanship. He rarely used it, or rather, it was Chunzong's first time seeing it here. It seemed to involve an indescribable mystery, a mystery that was related to space. However, this mystery was too profound. Moreover, Chunzong had a feeling that this power was not controlled by I Chinchio himself, but by the power of the black, evil sword. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon expert's body was cut in half by I Chinchio's sword. It was very crude. It felt as if it was not cut in half by a sword, but by a rusty, giant axe. It looked very frightening. Being killed by Chunzong was still okay, but being killed by I Chinchio was very tragic. However, it did not matter. Fortunately, they were all dead. After death, no one cared about their bones. The demon race was a powerful race, and they were known to be all warriors. Every demon had a certain level of strength, and it was very easy for them to grow in an environment like the Earth Demon Abyss. Becoming a low-level demon was 100% certain, and becoming a mid-level demon was not difficult either. Even becoming a high-level demon was not too difficult. Moreover, the lifespan of the demon race was generally very long. After many years, there were naturally many high-level demons. This was because the demon race often fought, and many experts had died. Otherwise, there would be even more. Of course, if they did not have such a warlike personality, they would not be considered demons. Chapter 1122. The Fourth Tribe. The Fifth Tribe. One tribe after another was massacred by Chunzong and I Chinchio. Each tribe had at least hundreds of demons, and at most thousands of demons. The losses were not small. If only one or two tribes were annihilated, it would not be a big deal. But with so many tribes being annihilated, the demons were alerted. In addition, the Devil Flame country had issued a kill order. Many demon powerhouses were searching for traces of humans. Some of them immediately spread the news, causing more and more demons to approach. Fortunately, Chunzong and I Chinchio were powerful. They could be said to be the strongest under the titled Emperor. As long as it was not a demon emperor powerhouse, even if dozens of upper nine-step demons besieged them, they would be defeated and killed by the two. Demon tribes were dependent on each other. Small tribes were often the vassals of large tribes. If they were annihilated, the large tribes would look at the situation and stand up for them. The Demon Tree tribe was one of the large tribes in the 8th layer of the Earth Demon Abyss. The Demon Tree Emperor was the strongest in the Demon Tree tribe. He was also the only Demon Emperor powerhouse in the tribe. In the Demon Tree tribe, a pitch-black tree grew. Its trunk was hundreds of meters wide. Countless branches were densely distributed in all directions. It was tangled and complicated, covering a radius of tens of thousands of meters. From afar, it looked like a giant black umbrella. This giant tree was the symbol of the Demon Tree tribe. It was equivalent to the totem of the Demon Tree tribe. If the Demon Tree Emperor did not leave, he would stay in this Demon Tree. The Demon Tree Emperor wore a black robe that covered his entire body. His face and body could not be seen clearly. In the space inside the demonic tree, countless small branches extended from all directions in front of the Demonic Tree Emperor. These small branches were like small hands, holding up a black crystal ball. The demon tree emperor muttered something that seemed to be a mysterious incantation. Soon after, he waved his sleeve, and black rays of light shot out from all directions, entering the crystal ball. The crystal ball immediately lit up, as if the fog had been pushed aside to reveal the moon, and a clear image appeared. In the picture, there were two figures. One was pale, and the other was white. Two humans dared to enter the Earth Demon Abyss and wantonly massacre. Damn it! An incomparably cryptic voice rang out from the Demon Tree Emperor's mouth. It was filled with an extremely sharp killing intent, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. In the image, a tribe that was attached to the Devil Tree tribe was massacred. Corpses were strewn all over the ground, and there was no lack of upper-level rank 9 powerhouses among them. The Demon Tree Emperor knew at a glance that even if he sent out his tribe's upper 9th-level powerhouses, they wouldn't be able to do anything to these two humans. With the number of powerhouses, he would have to pay a heavy price. Since that was the case, he could only do it himself. As for second-class meritorious service, although it was precious, it was nothing to a Demon Emperor-level powerhouse. Only first-class meritorious service would truly move them. If that's the case, I'll let my demonic tree clone take action. At the same time, a miraculous energy fluctuation spread out from the Demon Tree Emperor's body. Countless branches extended from all directions, intertwining with each other like a myriad of snakes, continuously rising from the ground to form a human figure. Not long after, a body made of intertwined twigs the thickness of a finger was completely formed. It was 2 meters tall and did not look strong, but it emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Go, bring back those 2 human ants, the Demon Tree Emperor said. All right. The demonic tree clone's voice was even hoarser, making one feel uncomfortable listening to it. Immediately, the demonic tree clone flashed, turned into a black light, and quickly disappeared. Chunzong and Ichinchio joined forces and massacred another tribe. This tribe was relatively stronger, with a total of 6 upper-level rank 9 powerhouses. One of them was much stronger than an ordinary upper-level rank 9 powerhouse. Even so, in the end, they could not escape the fate of being massacred by Chunzong and Ichinchio. Whether it was Chunzong or Ichinchio, it was enough to completely annihilate such a tribe, let alone the 2 of them working together. After refining blood beads, Chunzong obtained dozens of blood beads, but it was still not enough. He needed more to break through to Dragon Power level 8. At this moment, the 2 of them raised their heads to look at the sky in front of them, their faces slightly solemn. A terrifying aura was constantly approaching, bringing with it a desolate death. Boom! A shocking explosion surged in the sky. A black shadow just appeared in front of their eyes, and in an instant, it was approaching. Demon Emperor! Ichinchio's face was solemn, but there was a trace of indescribable excitement and battle intent in his gray eyes. Encountering a Demon Emperor was already within their expectations. After all, this was the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. There were many demon powerhouses, including many Demon Emperors. If the 2 of them were to wantonly massacre one tribe after another, it would definitely attract the attention of the Demon Emperors. However, the 2 of them were not afraid, nor did they shrink back. Since they had decided to enter the Earth Demon Abyss to wreak havoc, they could not be too cautious. Brother Chun, today you and I will join forces to slay a Demon Emperor. Ichinchio said, the corner of his mouth curled into an evil smile, a smile full of fanaticism. Chunzong heard it clearly. It was slaying a Demon Emperor, not fighting a Demon Emperor. The 2 concepts were completely different, and it also showed Ichinchio's ambition. As he spoke, the figure completely descended from the sky, wantonly emitting an extremely terrifying aura. That aura was full of loneliness, as if all things were withering, and it was full of the aura of death. Seeing the other party, Chunzong and Ichinchio were slightly stunned. The demon race could be divided into several races, but the figure in front of them was not from the Demon King clan, nor was it from the Beast clan, nor was it from the winged demon clan, blood demon clan, or illusory demon clan. It was a body formed by countless intertwining branches, which was very strange. Could it be that there were other demon races in the earth demon abyss? As soon as the tree demon clone descended, a pair of black eyes glowed with red light, shooting out as if it wanted to see through Chunzong and Ichinchio. Immediately, the tree demon clone swung its arms, and two branches were like poisonous snakes coming out of their holes. The moment it was thrown out, it had already shot in front of Chunzong and Ichinchio. Its front end pierced through the sky like a spear, causing Chunzong and Ichinchio's expressions to change simultaneously, and they reacted quickly. Fortunately, the two of them were not weak, and their reaction speed was extremely fast. They reacted by a hair's breadth, and their afterimages were pierced. Kill! Chunzong and Ichinchio burst out simultaneously, attacking the tree demon clone from the left and right, their swords cutting through the air. However, the tree demon clone grinned, seemingly disdainful. Its arms shook, and in an instant, it exploded into countless branches that danced wildly. Each branch carried an incomparably terrifying power that could easily kill a powerhouse of the upper ninth level. In just a moment, Chunzong and Ichinchio were simultaneously attacked by dozens of tyrannical branches. Their bodies paused, and they brandished their swords to resist. "Brother Chun, it's unfavorable for us to fight for a long time. Help me, I'll kill him." Ichinchio's voice entered Chunzong's ears, and his killing intent was incomparably sharp. Without needing Chunzong's response, the black evil sword in Ichinchio's hand suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying power. A black light emerged from the sword and quickly spread, covering Ichinchio's body as if it was swallowing it. The black light was extremely evil, causing Chunzong's heart to palpitate in horror. The tree demon clone was also startled. It felt a threat from the black light, and its eyes focused on Ichinchio's sword. The black light appeared quickly and disappeared quickly, completely entering Ichinchio's body. Ichinchio's long hair fluttered in the air, emitting layers of pale white light that was filled with an aura of nirvanic extermination. Chunzong was also shocked to find that Ichinchio's eyes had turned completely white, and no other colors could be seen. It was as if his pupils had melted, and the aura of nirvanic extermination became even more intense. "Kill!" An inhuman voice suddenly sounded, as if it came from outer space. Ichinchio's body flashed, and he rushed out like an aurora. Compared to before, his speed was at least 10 times faster. It was too fast, and even Chunzong's powerful spiritual sense could not capture it. He could only catch a blurry figure. Dozens of powerful branches also broke in an instant, scattering in all directions. A ghostly pale figure with an aura of nirvanic extermination broke through the air and attacked. The tree demon clone was shocked. Branches as thick as an arm suddenly broke out of the ground, wreaking havoc like poisonous dragons. In the beginning, the tree demon clone's goal was to capture Chunzong and Ichinchio alive. But now, he dispelled this idea. He would not capture them alive, but kill them directly. The branches as thick as an arm were completely black, like large tendons, and looked extremely terrifying. Dozens of branches broke out of the ground, exploding with a terrifying power, and blasted towards Ichinchio. Chunzong was shocked. If it were him, he would need to use the Scarlet Flame Sword, or else he would be defeated and killed in an instant. 1,000 years of nirvanic extermination. Facing such a powerful attack from the tree demon clone, Ichinchio's expression was extremely cold. He waved his sword, and countless sword shadows spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. The aura of nirvanic extermination became even more intense, and in the white, there was a faint black light flashing. Thousands of sword shadows gathered in an instant, and the flashing black light also solidified, tearing through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Tree branches as thick as an arm were smashed into pieces, and nothing could stop it. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the black lightning struck the tree demon clone without mercy. It directly hit the tree demon clone's body, and the terrifying power wreaked havoc, blasting the tree demon clone's body into two. With the death of the tree demon clone, the aura of nirvanic extermination on I Chinchio's body faded, and like flowing water, it flowed into the black, evil sword in his hand. Chunzong could clearly feel that I Chinchio's aura seemed to have withered and became weak. It seemed that the state just now had consumed too much of his energy. "Brother E, are you all right?" Chunzong was a little worried. "I'm fine." I Chinchio smiled at Chunzong, but his face was a little stiff. "Brother E, the power just now was very harmful to you, right?" Chunzong asked, glancing at the black, evil sword. "That's right. This sword is called the Sword of Nirvanic Extermination. It's an evil sword passed down from ancient times, and it has the power of nirvanic extermination." I Chinchio said, "The reason why I can have such strength in such a short period of time is because of the power of the Sword of Nirvanic Extermination. It extinguishes my life force in exchange for increasing my strength." Life force of nirvanic extermination. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. Life force. Chunzong was very clear that it was life force. With less life force, one's lifespan would also decrease, and the impact would be great. When life force was extinguished, it was equivalent to one's lifespan disappearing into thin air. Chapter 11:23. Come to think of it, the six paths of samsara hasn't exploded for a long time. If he didn't explode, he would be too embarrassed to ask for monthly votes. But now the six paths of samsara has the nerve to ask for monthly votes. Brothers, because starting tomorrow, the six paths of samsara will explode. Devil Tree Tribe. Inside the huge demonic tree, the black-robed Devil Tree Emperor watched the battle through the crystal ball in front of him. When he saw I Chinchio's transformation, his strength explosively increased, and he killed the tree demon's clone with a single sword strike. His eyes under the black robe emitted an incomparably terrifying light as he stared at the sword in I Chinchio's hand. "What an evil sword!" An obscure voice rang out, filled with greed. "That is mine, as long as I obtain this sword." With the insight of the Devil Tree Emperor, he naturally saw that I Chinchio's sudden increase in strength originated from the sword in his hand. It was an evil sword, and even through the crystal ball, he could feel the aura of nirvanic extermination emanating from it. It was extremely terrifying. If he could obtain this sword, his strength would definitely increase greatly. His ranking in the Devil Flame country would rise again, and he would obtain a higher status. The Devil race had always respected the strong. Since the Tree Demon clone was unable to do anything to the other party, he had no choice but to personally take action. Although the Demonic Tree's clone was powerful and could deal with an ordinary upper-level rank, 9 like an ant, it was still inferior to the main body. Its methods were monotonous, and its strength was not thorough enough. To put it simply, the Demonic Tree clone only had half the strength of the main body. In terms of combat ability, there was a huge difference. Therefore, the difference in strength was several times. With a thought, the Demon Tree Emperor's body disappeared. I Chinchio and Chunzong continued to move. The Nirvana evil sword devoured I Chinchio's life force and gave him great power. This was similar to a transaction. According to I Chinchio, if he exchanged his life force for the power of the heavenly profound realm, he would only have 10 years left to live. This was also the reason why I Chinchio was so anxious to enter the Earth Demon Abyss. A lifespan of 10 years was actually very short. He did not even know if he could see the demon race being repelled. Perhaps the human race would be defeated and the Kanglan continent would fall into the hands of the demon race. No matter what, I Chinchio had to do his best to accomplish one thing within his limited lifespan. He would not regret it until he died. Under normal circumstances, a Sky Profound Realm expert could live for more than 10,000 years. But now he only had 10 years left. The amount of his life force that had been devoured was indeed shocking. Of course, with so much life force, most of it was used to awaken the power of the evil sword. Only a small portion was converted into his own power, increasing rapidly. The explosion just now was beyond his own limits. He had temporarily converted part of his own life force into his own power through the Nirvana evil sword. He had further consumed Ichinchio's life force, leaving him with less than 10 years left. If he were to erupt a few more times, Ichinchio would not be able to live for long. Therefore, he would try his best not to explode. In truth, Ichinchio's lifespan was already more than 10 years. It was just that he had fought several times against the Devil Emperor and escaped from the hands of the Devil Emperor. He had consumed even more of his life force and was only left with 10 years of lifespan. After each eruption, Ichinchio's aura would weaken. Because of the decrease in his vitality, it would not affect his strength. The two of them flew forward at full speed, preparing to continue slaughtering the devil race experts to find the purgatory demonic soul flower and earth-een profound nether liquid. Suddenly, the two of them paused and raised their heads to look to the side. Their pupils contracted as they stared. A figure appeared, accompanied by rolling black clouds that covered the sky and the earth. The aura of death spread like a raging tide. The two of them were familiar with this aura. It was the aura of the expert that was killed by Ichinchio. It came from the same source, but it was even stronger. Devil Emperor, a true Devil Emperor level expert, had arrived. With a boom, an extremely terrifying aura suppressed the sky. This aura of death was extremely terrifying. It was as if it was sealing the heavens and earth. It brought great pressure to Chunzong and Ichinchio. The Earth Demon Abyss was the territory of the Devil Race. Here, the strength of the Devil Race experts could be better displayed. Especially for Devil Emperor level experts, they could control the power of heaven and earth. A suitable environment was very important to them. His aura pressed down like an invisible mountain, wanting to suppress Chunzong and Ichinchio. You two are very brave. You actually dared to enter the Earth Demon Abyss. A dry and obscure voice sounded. It came from all directions and fiercely poured into the two's ears. The Devil Tree Emperor spoke the language of the Devil Race. Chunzong and Ichinchio could barely understand. Hand over the sword in your hand as compensation for killing my doppelganger. The Devil Tree Emperor spoke again. Chunzong and Ichinchio finally understood. It turned out that the doppelganger that Ichinchio killed was the doppelganger of the Devil Tree Emperor. The doppelganger was killed, and the main body had arrived. Brother, leave it to me. Chunzong took the lead and said. Ichinchio's eruption gave him more strength, enough to contend against the Devil Emperor. However, the price was that his vitality would be devoured and his lifespan would be reduced. The price was too great. In contrast, although using the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword would increase the consumption of his spiritual power could be recovered. He also had many pills in his storage ring that could be consumed. The main reason why Chunzong was unwilling to use his spiritual power before was that he wanted to explore the potential of his body refinement realm. Now that he was facing a Devil Emperor, his body refinement realm was completely inadequate. He had no choice but to use the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword. Chunzong extended his right hand and opened his 5 fingers. He clenched his fist in the air, and golden flames immediately shot out from his palm like flowing water. This scene immediately surprised Ichinchio. He felt that Chunzong had a trump card, but he didn't know what it was. Now, from the aura that gushed out, Ichinchio could feel a tyrannical power. Of course, this power was still inferior to the Nirvana evil sword in his hand. However, the Nirvana evil sword was too evil. The Devil Tree Emperor's gaze also shifted from Ichinchio to Chunzong. He stared at the golden flames on Chunzong's right hand and was secretly surprised. An exquisite longsword appeared in Chunzong's hand, emitting a tyrannical aura. As soon as the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword appeared, Chunzong slashed out. With his early Transcendent Realm 8th layer Qi, refining cultivation, and extremely pure spiritual energy, Chunzong couldn't use the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword for too long. Time was limited, and he couldn't afford to waste it. In the blink of an eye, a golden sword light erupted like a great sun, illuminating the surroundings. The Devil Tree Emperor was shocked as he discovered that this sword strike actually posed a threat to him. The scorching aura of the sun made the Devil Tree Emperor feel uncomfortable and was incompatible with the aura of the Earth Demon Abyss. In an instant, the Devil Tree Emperor counterattacked. A withered branch as thick as a thigh broke out of the ground like a spear and pierced through the sky. If Chunzong insisted on attacking the Devil Tree Emperor with his sword, the withered energy contained within would instantly destroy his vitality. Immediately, the Devil Tree Emperor waved his sleeve, and a terrifying storm blasted towards Chunzong. The third strike was a palm strike that seemed to be condensed from countless twigs and branches. It was extremely terrifying and fell from the sky. When the Devil Tree Emperor attacked, it was a terrifying offensive that left no room for survival. Compared to the Devil Tree clone from before, there was indeed a huge gap. But with a sword in his hand, Chunzong was not afraid at all. The scarlet flame sharp sword spun in the air. The sword light was like flowing flames as it swept out in all directions. Not only did it cut off the branches that pierced through the air, it even split apart the storm that was sweeping towards him. Then, with a sword that cut through the air, it collided head-on with the branches that were descending from the sky. With a loud bang, an astonishing force exploded as Chunzong's sword slashed through the shockwave and closed in on the Devil Tree Emperor. Time was limited and there was no room for delay. Since he couldn't kill his opponent, forcing him to retreat was also an option. Of course, if possible, Chunzong wanted to kill this Devil Tree Emperor. Now that he was using the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword, his strength was even more tyrannical. Close. The Devil Tree Emperor's heart grew heavier and heavier. This human's strength wasn't enough, but the power of that sword was very strong, enough to threaten him. He didn't expect that his original target would be the evil black sword in the other person's hand, but now he saw another sword with such great power. If he could obtain both, thinking of this, the Devil Tree Emperor became even more excited. At this moment, Chunzong's sword arrived. In terms of swordsmanship, it was incomparably exquisite. The Devil Tree Emperor tried his best to dodge, but his black robe was still cut open. The Devil Tree Emperor's body trembled as his black robe was torn apart. A terrifying aura exploded, directly tearing apart the black robe and revealing his true body. It could be seen that the Devil Tree Emperor was a member of the Devil King clan, but his body was as thin as a withered tree. He looked like a person with 1 foot in the grave. However, his aura was very tyrannical, and the smell of death was very strong. The Devil Tree Emperor waved his arms as if he was forming a seal, but also as if he was grabbing something from the void. Suddenly, withered branches as thick as thighs broke out of the ground. There were at least several hundred of them. They instantly intertwined and condensed into a large area, as if they were isolating the surroundings. It was as if they were in a cage. The Devil Tree Emperor stood on one of the thick branches. From the thick branch, withered branches as thick as a finger split off. Some were as straight as a spear, some were as curved as a snake, and all of them attacked Chunzong. Slash, slash, slash. The crimson flame-sharp sword was unstoppable, cutting through everything as it approached the Devil Tree Emperor. However, the Devil Tree Emperor's body instantly moved, causing Chunzong's sword to miss. This place became the Devil Tree Emperor's home ground. He was extremely fast, as if he had teleported. There was no way to catch him. Even if Chunzong's crimson flame-sharp sword could threaten the Devil Tree Emperor, it was useless if he couldn't hit him. 100 illusions missed. With one move, the mist spread in all directions. 9 figures attacked, but the Devil Tree Emperor still dodged. Since that's the case, I'll destroy this place. Chunzong's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. The purple cloud black star flame surged out of his body and covered the crimson flame-sharp sword. Strike! This sword was not aimed at the Tree Devil Emperor, but at a nearby tree branch. The frightening power instantly severed the tree branch, and the purplish cloud black star flame rapidly spread over the tree branch, burning fiercely. The purple cloud black star flame's power was extremely frightening, causing the Devil Tree Emperor to be shocked. He discovered that he couldn't extinguish this flame at all. All of the branches were quickly burned to ashes. Not long after, the huge cage made of branches was burned to ashes. The Deviltree Emperor had lost his support, and Chunzong's sword arrived. The Deviltree Emperor did his best to dodge this strike, but he was still hit. He felt that his body was almost split in half, and he was horrified. Strong. After using the Crimson Flame Sharp Sword, Chunzong's strength had become very strong, much stronger than before. Before, he still needed to use some tricks to heavily injure the Blood Prison Demon, but now, he didn't need to do that. He could directly injure the Deviltree Emperor. Chapter 1124. The Demon Tree Emperor was horrified. He immediately fled at an extremely fast speed, making it difficult for Chunzong to chase after him. 1,000 years of destruction. A voice filled with deathly stillness rang out, destroying the heavens and earth. A black sword light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning, shooting from the side and piercing through the Demon Tree Emperor's body. The Demon Tree Emperor's initial goal was the evil sword in I Chinchio's hand, but he was injured by Chunzong. If he did not escape in time to heal, only death would await him if he continued to fight. At this time, the Demon Tree Emperor had already forgotten about I Chinchio. After all, I Chinchio had not made a move. He did not expect I Chinchio to make a move at the critical moment of his escape, and he even used his full strength. One sword, the Demon Tree Emperor's body was pierced through. A terrifying destructive force spread out from the wound, crazily destroying the Demon Tree Emperor's body. Chunzong did not expect I Chinchio to use his life force in exchange for power again. But this was a rare opportunity, and he could not afford to hesitate. Illusory cloud sky slashing sword. A sword pierced through the sky, and the golden sword light condensed into a line, as if it could split the heavens and earth. The Demon Tree Emperor's body was also cut in half at the waist, and the terrifying power wreaked havoc. He opened his left hand and used the blood refinement technique. Immediately, the Demon Tree Emperor's blood was forcefully sucked out and condensed into a blood bead in midair. This blood bead came from a Demon Emperor-level powerhouse, and it contained boundless power. After losing all his blood essence and being heavily injured, the Demon Tree Emperor could not survive. He died immediately. Before he died, the Demon Tree Emperor stared at Chunzong and I Chinchio with his eyes wide open. He felt that these two humans could cause a huge commotion in the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Unfortunately, he could not see nor worry about it. With this blood bead and the other blood beads, my body refinement realm can break through to Dragon Power Level 8, Chunzong said to himself. He then looked at I Chinchio. I Chinchio's aura seemed to be even weaker this time, and he had used up a portion of his life force. Fortunately, it was only one sword, and the time was short, so it did not use up as much life force as before. The two tried their best to restrain their auras and quickly left the place. Chunzong began to refine and absorb the power of the blood beads to strengthen his chi and blood, strengthen his dragon power, and strengthen his bones, muscles, and organs. Dragon roars resounded continuously within his body, becoming increasingly resounding. After Chunzong had refined all the blood beads, his power surged like a dragon in his body. Breakthrough. A strong aura suddenly burst out from Chunzong's body and spread out in all directions. Ripples spread out like a stone falling into a calm lake. What a strong physique! I Chinchio was secretly shocked. With the Nirvana evil sword in hand, his senses had become very sharp. Therefore, he could feel that the aura that was bursting out of Chunzong's body was very strong. Speaking of which, I Chinchio was a little envious. After all, who wouldn't like a strong body? Unfortunately, their paths were different. Even if there was a suitable cultivation technique, he couldn't cultivate it now because of the Nirvana evil sword. Chunzong had successfully broken through to the early stage of Dragon Power Realm Level 8 and stabilized his cultivation. He could feel that his strength had increased by several times, and he was even more powerful now. At the same time, the Purple Cloud Black Star Flame also broke through and reached the 8th grade. The two of them moved again, searching for demon tribes to massacre. One demon tribe after another was massacred by the two of them. The demon experts who came to hunt also died under their swords. The more they killed, the stronger the killing intent on their bodies. Chunzong had a strong physique and the purple cloud black star flame, so he wasn't afraid of the corrosion of the chaotic demon aura at all. As for Yi Qinxiu, because of the Nirvana evil sword, he wasn't afraid of the corrosion of the chaotic demon aura at all. The power of the Nirvana evil sword was very terrifying. Chunzong suspected that the Nirvana evil sword could be a saint grade, like the ones in the Lingwu sacred world. However, Chunzong wasn't sure whether it was or not. After all, the sword was in Yi Qinxiu's hands. To us, this is a calamity. Since when did two mere humans become a calamity for us? A few demon emperors were talking, and their words contained shocking anger. It was already very daring of two mere humans to enter the earth demon abyss. Instead of hiding, they turned into rats and moved around, slaughtering demons everywhere. According to statistics, the number of tribes destroyed by the two humans was as high as 20. Adding the other devil race experts who were killed, the devil race had suffered a great loss. At least 40,000 devil race experts had died. Such a loss wasn't a serious blow to the entire 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, but thinking about it, it was done by two humans. The difference was huge, and the impact was very bad. It said that many humans have entered the 7th level and are wreaking havoc everywhere. The humans on the 7th level are nothing to worry about. On the 9th level, there are 3 titled emperors of the human race. They're a disaster. There will be others to deal with the 7th and 9th levels. We only care about the 2 humans on the 8th level. We won't allow 2 human ants to strut around in our territory. The 3 demon emperors decided to attack together. Although it was a little embarrassing for 3 demon emperors to attack 2 humans who weren't titled emperors, the 2 humans were extraordinary. Although they weren't titled emperors, they had the ability to fight against titled emperors. The tree demon emperor was killed by the 2 of them together. At this point, 20 tribes had already been destroyed by the 2 humans. 20 tribes, not just 2 tribes, were wiped out in a short period of time. The impact was huge. The 3 demon emperors attacked together, and they had already locked onto the 2 humans' whereabouts. Midstage Dragon Power, Realm 8th level. They killed a large number of demons, and there were many 7th, 8th, and even 9th level demon experts among them. They refined many blood pearls, and their body refinement cultivation improved further, surpassing Qi refinement cultivation. As his body refinement cultivation improved, Chunzong's body grew stronger, his strength, his defense, and his survivability also increased. The power of the purple cloud black star flame also increased. Chunzong estimated that when the purple cloud black star flame reached the 9th grade, he would have the ability to hurt a Thear crank martial artist even without using the red flame flowing edge sword. Of course, in other aspects, he would still be inferior to Adarch. A terrifying aura came from the same direction. Dark clouds filled the sky, and an extremely oppressive aura made Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu's hearts sink. It was the aura of demon emperors, and there was more than one of them. If the 2 of them worked together and used their trump cards, they would be able to severely injure or even kill a demon emperor. However, if 2 demon emperors came, it would be a one-on-one battle. Now, there were 3 auras, 3 demon emperors. Even the weakest demon emperor was still a demon emperor. What's more, these 3 auras gave Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu a feeling that they were not any weaker than the demon emperor that was killed earlier. One of them was even stronger. Let's go. Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu exchanged a look. Very tacitly, they burst out at full speed and flew in the opposite direction. However, although the 2 of them were very fast, the 3 demon emperors were even faster. They were closing in. The 3 demon emperors attacked together. Among the 3 demon emperors, the one in the middle was from the Demon King clan. He held a saber and slashed down. The black saber light was like a crescent moon that tore the world apart. It carried an extremely terrifying power and slashed down. The demon emperor on the left was from the Beast clan. He wore ferocious gloves on his hands. When he punched the air, The fist force condensed into a black flood dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it tore through the sky. The demon emperor on the right was from the winged demon clan. He spread his wings and was the fastest. His hands were like blades that tore through the sky. With a sudden flap, they turned into two peerless blades that attacked Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu respectively. In an instant, Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu were facing the attacks of the three demon emperors. Each attack was extremely terrifying. Once hit, they would most likely die. Brother Chun, Yi Qinxiu spoke. Chunzong immediately understood what he meant. Since they couldn't escape, they could only fight. In an instant, Chunzong summoned the Scarlet Flame Sword. With the sword in his hand, an extremely terrifying aura spread out and rippled in all directions. The Nirvana Evil Sword in Yi Qinxiu's hand shook. The power of Nirvana instantly spread out and entered Yi Qinxiu's body. It devoured his vitality and transformed it into an even more powerful force that entered Yi Qinxiu's body, causing his strength to increase dramatically. Turning around, the two slashed out with their swords. They tore through the sky and shattered the two wing blades. Then, they dodged the saber light and fist force and soared into the sky. Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu cooperated very well. Needless to say, the two locked onto the same target. It was the Beast Clan's Demon Emperor. The three Demon Emperors were a great threat. If they could concentrate their strength and kill one of them first, the pressure would be greatly reduced. The two swords pierced through the sky and attacked together. The Beast Clan's Demon Emperor's expression suddenly changed and became even more furious. They actually targeted him first. Did they think he was weaker? In his fury, the Demon Emperor's arms swelled. Black light spread out and his large tendons shook like dragons, bursting out an even more powerful and terrifying power. Boom! The Beast Clan's Demon Emperor punched out with both fists, displaying a unique martial art. The strength of his fists seemed to be able to shatter the sky and shatter the world. However, Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu didn't have the slightest intention to meet force with force. Their figures flashed and disappeared under the attack of the Beast Clan's Demon Emperor. The two swords pierced through the sky like meteors, slashing towards the winged Demon Emperor. It turned out that the target of the Beast Clan's Demon Emperor was just an illusion. Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu's real target was the winged Demon Emperor or the Demon Emperor of the Royal Demon Clan. Of course, because the Demon Emperor of the Royal Demon Clan was the strongest and the most difficult to deal with, Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu tacitly targeted the winged Demon Emperor. Not expecting these two humans to be so cunning, the winged Demon Emperor was startled, but he didn't panic. Demons started fighting from the moment they were born. To become a demon emperor, they had to go through countless life and death battles. They might have encountered even worse situations. In an instant, the winged demon emperor flapped his wings and rolled up a terrifying airflow, blasting towards Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu. He only needed to delay them for a moment. When the two swords shattered the airflow, the winged demon emperor also burst out at full speed, escaping from the lock of Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu. Chapter 1125. Six Dao said that he would explode today, and he was not lying. Everyone, if you have money, please support me. Rewards, monthly votes, and subscriptions will all be welcomed. If you don't have money, please support me and give me some recommendation votes. As for the naive words of using a monthly vote to exchange for a new chapter, please don't say it. It will affect your health. The violent energy surged in all directions as if it was going to sink the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss and shatter the sky. 2 against 3. Even though Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu's teamwork was incomparably good and they could make the most accurate responses and attacks, the 3 Demon Emperors were very strong and had rich combat experience. Even if they were besieged by the 2 of them, they would be able to resist or evade with their own abilities. The other demon thearchs took the opportunity to attack and broke Chunzong and Yi Qinxiu's attacks. Chunzong could fight against thearchs because of the red flame flowing edge sword, which could not last long. Ichinchio could fight against Thearchs because he burned his own life force and sacrificed it to the Nirvana evil sword in exchange for power. Similarly, he cannot last long. After all, the two of them were not real Thearchrank martial artists and could not fight against Thearchs for a long time. The Demon King race's formidable martial artist slashed through the air and instantly pushed Chunzong back. His long sword vibrated as his blood essence surged. This Devil King clan's Devil Emperor was the strongest among the 3 Devil Emperors, and he had the most battle experience. His eyesight was extremely sharp, and the moment he attacked, the pressure on Chunzong and Ichinchio would increase drastically. 2 slashes directly pushed Chunzong and Ichinchio back. The Demon Thearchs of the Beast Devil race and the Winged Devil race attacked at the same time. The crisis of death was imminent. Ichinchio exploded again and sacrificed even more life force in exchange for even more power. Instantly, the Nirvana aura surged, and Ichinchio's strength became even stronger. His white hair shot up to the sky as a trace of grayish-white spread. Ichinchio's pupils were completely replaced by white. He swung his sword. The pitch-black Nirvana evil sword and the white color formed a stark contrast. The sword slashed through the air and directly destroyed all the attacks of the 3 Demon Thearchs. Strong. After the second eruption, Ichinchio's strength increased explosively, directly surpassing that Devil King clan's Devil Emperor powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, the sword in Ichinchio's hand slashed out thousands of sword shadows, engulfing the 3 Demon Emperors. Chunzong stood aside, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The Demon King clan's Demon Monarch waved his saber and blocked the sword shadow. However, the Beast Devil clan's Demon Monarch and Winged Devil clan's Demon Monarch were weaker. They couldn't completely block the attack and were immediately injured. Chunzong, who had been waiting for an opportunity, immediately used the 100 Illusions Cloud. 9 figures intertwined, holding swords, and attacked. The Demonic Beast clan's Demon Emperor punched with all his might, smashing one figure after another, but he was pierced by the sword of the last figure. Kill! The terrifying power contained in the Scarlet Flame-Sharp sword burst out and frantically strangled the body of the Demonic Beast clan's Demon Emperor, causing him to cough up blood. Demonic might descends. With a boom, the pitch-black devil flames immediately ignited within the Devil Emperor's body, rushing out of his body. His aura skyrocketed, and his strength increased by 50%, becoming even more terrifying. A layer of pitch-black devil flames covered the black saber as it slashed at Ichinchio. After using a secret technique, the Demonic King clan's Demon Emperor's strength increased by 50%, and his strength was not inferior to Ichinchio's 2 eruptions. The 2 sides attacked, and the saber and sword clashed. The power of each move was even more terrifying. The Demonic Beast clan's Demon Emperor was heavily injured. His neck was cut off by Chunzong's second slash, and his blood was condensed into blood beads in an instant. The Winged Devil clan's Demon Emperor was slightly injured. When he had just recovered, he discovered that the Demonic Beast clan's Demon Emperor had been killed. He was shocked and furious. The Scarlet Flame-Sharp sword pierced through the air and attacked the Winged Devil clan's Demon Emperor. A fierce one-on-one battle unfolded. In this kind of battle, it was either you die or I die. Chunzong also used the Platinum Sword Body. The Platinum Sword Body was cultivated to small success. The Platinum Light not only covered his arms, but also covered Chunzong's upper body. This layer of Platinum Light was not only light, but also had the effect of protecting the body. It increased Chunzong's strength even more significantly. The Winged Devil clan's Demon Emperor's wings were like sabers, and his spear was like a dragon. His attacks became extremely violent, tearing apart Chunzong's layers of protective power and piercing through Chunzong's shoulder. Before the spear could tear through his shoulder, the Scarlet Flame-Sharp sword had cut through the Winged Devil clan's Demon Emperor's neck. An injury in exchange for a life. The blood refinement technique was used to condense blood beads. The purple cloud-black star flame spread to the wound and burned the devil energy attached to it. The devil energy of a demon emperor was very terrifying. It was purer and more difficult to deal with than the spirit energy of the same level. If it were other people, they would have to spend a lot of time and energy to expel the devil energy from the wound. However, it was not difficult for Chunzong. The purple cloud black star flame's ability and power were understated. Out of the 3 demon emperors, 2 had died, leaving only the Demon King clan's demon emperor to fight with Ichinchio. Feeling that there was not much energy left in his body, Chunzong stared at the Demon King clan's demon emperor, waiting for an opportunity to make his move. One sword. The energy he had left was only enough for him to make one more sword move. After that, his spirit energy would be exhausted. Therefore, it would be best if this sword could work and heavily injure or even kill the Demon King clan's demon emperor. With Ichinchio's strength greatly increased and Chunzong watching from the side, the Demon King clan's demon emperor felt a lot of pressure. With the other 2 demon emperors dead, he could not do anything. Demon King Chop. With a roar, the Demon King clan's demon emperor raised the saber with both hands. His energy surged and poured into the saber. The pitch-black saber light shot out a few meters. The saber slashed down. The huge saber light, which was dozens of meters long, seemed to tear the sky apart and cut the earth. The saber strike, which contained all his strength, caused Chunzong's expression to change greatly. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to block it. Ichinchio's expression did not change at all. Facing this saber, he did not have the slightest intention of dodging. 1,000 years of nirvana. Since mastering the nirvana evil sword, Ichinchio did not have much progress in the way of the sword. His sword moves were also not that exquisite. This move was also a move that the nirvana evil sword used to activate the power of nirvana. It was not considered Ichinchio's own sword technique. Although this move was simple, its power was shocking. Especially the power of nirvana of the nirvana evil sword. It was very terrifying. The dozens of meters long black saber light was shattered. The power of the 1,000 years of nirvana was also shattered at the same time. Chunzong swung his sword. The timing was just right. The Demon King clan's demon emperor's body swayed and avoided his vital points. His shoulder was pierced. In the next breath, without waiting for Chunzong to make a move, the Demon King clan's demon emperor turned into a black light and fled far away like lightning. Chunzong and Ichinchio had the strength to match a titled emperor, but they were not that fast. They could only watch the Demon King clan's demon emperor flee. Keeping the scarlet flame sharp sword, Chunzong immediately took out an elixir and consumed it to recover his almost depleted spirit power. Ichinchio's aura of nirvanic extermination also disappeared. His face looked even paler, and his white hair was dyed with a tinge of gray. That kind of gray was like he was past his prime, reaching the end of his life. Brother E, how much lifespan do you have left? Chunzong frowned and asked worriedly. 6 years. Ichinchio smiled slightly, but he seemed very carefree. Ever since he obtained the Nirvana Evil Sword and exchanged his life force for great strength, Ichinchio knew that he would not live for long. So in the short time he had left, he would do his best to kill the demon race and do his best for the human race. It would be best if he could see the demon race being defeated in his lifetime. But thinking about it, it seemed unlikely. Ichinchio's aura was very weak, but his strength was still there. He was still at the peak of the profound sky realm and was not affected at all. The two of them quickly left. The Demon King clan's demon emperor was stabbed by Chunzong and was heavily injured. But this was the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. There were many demon race experts, and there were also many demon emperor level experts. As long as the Demon King clan's demon emperor brought back the news, there would be more demon emperors coming to kill. The situation was getting more and more dangerous for Chunzong and Ichinchio. Sure enough, not long after Chunzong and Ichinchio left the battlefield, several figures broke through the air like lightning. There were a total of 5 figures. One of them was the Demon King clan's demon emperor who was stabbed in the shoulder by Chunzong. The other four figures were the Demon Emperor of the Blood Demon race, the Demon Emperor of the Beast Demon race, and the Demon Emperor of the Illusory Demon race. The Beast Demon race and the Winged Demon race were the most numerous among the Demon race. The Blood Demon race had fewer members, and the Illusory Demon race had even fewer members. The leader of the five figures was a Demon King clan's Demon Emperor. He had a strong and tall body and wore a dragon-devouring helmet on his head. He wore a pitch-black armor with a dragon head pattern on the chest of the armor. His shoulders were like dragon claws, and there was a blade barb at his elbow. He looked extremely ferocious. This Demon Emperor carried a pitch-black long blade on his back. The blade was covered with saw teeth, and it looked very ferocious. A terrifying aura was constantly emitted from this Demon Emperor's body. There seemed to be a layer of black flames burning on the black armor, emitting an invisible pressure that suppressed the surrounding space. The other four Demon Emperors felt a lot of pressure and did not dare to come closer. They kept a distance of more than 10 meters. Lord Blackflame, the two humans left from here. The Demon King clan's Demon Emperor, whose shoulder was injured, said respectfully to the leader of the Demon Kings. Even though they were all Demon Emperors, there were still differences in strength. For example, low-level Demon Emperors, middle-level Demon Emperors, and high-level Demon Emperors. The difference in strength was closely related to their status. The injured Demon Emperor was a middle-level Demon Emperor, while the Demon Emperor called Black Flame was a high-level Demon Emperor. He had a high status in the Demon Flame country. The other four were middle-level Demon Emperors. Naturally, they had to be more respectful to Demon Emperor Black Flame. Huan Ming. Demon Emperor Black Flame's voice was extremely vigorous and had a unique rhythm. It was as if there was an accent that spread out and shook the void. Demon Emperor Huan Ming was a middle-level Demon Emperor from the Illusory Demon race. When he heard Demon Emperor Black Flame's call, he immediately took action. Demon Emperor Huan Ming did not take any action, but his eyes were filled with a layer of black light. In a flash, two figures appeared in his eyes. Those two figures were Chunzong and Ichinxiu. After setting up a formation, they quickly left in a direction. Without Demon Emperor Huan Ming's ability, he would most likely go in the wrong direction if he chased after them. Now that Demon Emperor Huan Ming had taken action, he immediately locked onto the correct direction that Chunzong and Ichinxiu had left in. Chase. Demon Emperor Black Flame did not speak much. He only said one word, and his body moved. He turned into a ray of black light and tore through the sky. The other four Demon Emperors also moved and chased after them at full speed. The Devil King clan's Devil Emperor, whose shoulder had been pierced by Chunzong's sword, had already healed a lot. Because the energy contained in the wound had been wiped out by the Black Flame Devil Emperor, with the tyrannical physique and self-healing ability of the Devil King clan, it wouldn't take long for the wound to completely heal, and it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Chapter 1126. Brother Chun, I don't think I can get out of here. I hope you can cause enough damage to the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss so that the demons can attack the surface, Ichinxiu said to Chunzong as they rushed. I'll do my best. Chunzong was actually a little lost. The difficulty of moving after entering the Earth Demon Abyss was greater than expected. Originally, he thought that since a large number of demon experts and troops enter the surface, there shouldn't be many demon experts left in the Earth Demon Abyss. But now, it seemed that it was a little different from what he imagined. Now, the two of them had difficulty moving. Next, they would probably experience what it meant to be difficult to move an inch. This was the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. There were many demon experts and many demon emperors. Some of them had unique abilities. It wasn't difficult to find the two of them. The after effects of Ichinxiu's outburst were too great. It would devour and consume his life force. Now, he only had 6 years left. 6 years didn't mean that Ichinxiu could live for 6 years. 6 years at most would only allow him to outburst a few times. In this 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, there would only be more demon emperors chasing after them. As for Chunzong, the current situation was a little awkward. He wasn't a titled arch. but he could possess the power of a tidal darch in a short period of time. In any place in the Kanglan continent, he would be invincible among his peers. But here it was not enough. No matter how many demons below tidal darch came, Chunzong could kill them all. Even if he was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, he could kill his way out with his tyrannical strength and long meridians. But if he were to be attacked by 2 demon emperors, it wouldn't bode well for him. Strength. It was still strength. If his chi cultivation could be raised to the 9th level of the transcendent realm, he believed that most of the demon emperors wouldn't be his match when he used the Scarlet Flame Flowing Edge Sword. But that was still not enough. Only when he truly possessed the strength of the arch and used the Scarlet Flame Flowing Edge Sword could he run rampant in the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. While thinking, Chenzong's speed didn't decrease. Suddenly, there seemed to be a trace of fog spreading out from the void. In the next breath, Yi Qianqiu's figure disappeared. "Brother, Yi." Chenzong hurriedly stopped. His eyes flashed with an extremely sharp light as he scanned the area. He really couldn't find Yi Qianqiu's figure. It was as if he had disappeared all of a sudden. Chenzong couldn't help but be vigilant when a living person who was running at the same speed as him suddenly disappeared from his side in an instant. If he was not mistaken, he would have suddenly entered a dangerous place. Some dangerous places would have some spatial faults or something like a maze, which would cause the person who entered to lose all contact with others. Thinking up to this point, Chenzong hurriedly used the white jade to sense his surroundings. He discovered that Yi Qianqiu was very close to him. Perhaps he had fallen into a maze. Or perhaps an expert from the demon race had made a move and created an illusion without anyone noticing. Illusory Demon Clan. The thought flashed through his mind. The Illusory Demon Clan had the talent to create illusions to confuse their enemies. The degree of realism of the illusion was closely related to the individual ability of the Illusory Demon Clan to be able to make Chenzong fall into the illusion silently. The Illusory Demon Clan was at least at the Demon Emperor level. In other words, another Fiend Emperor had caught up. Presumably, Yi Qianqiu had also fallen into the illusion like him. Of course, this was just a guess. Whether it was really the Demon Emperor of the Illusory Demon Clan who had made a move was still not 100% certain. If it's an illusion, I can see through it, Chenzong said to himself. The light in his eyes was restrained, and he slowly closed them. All distracting thoughts were eliminated. His mind was clear, his will was firm, and his eyes were shining. The reason why an illusion was that everything in it was fake. But a powerful illusion would be as real as it could be. If one believed it to be real, any injuries he suffered in it would become real, and he would eventually die. Closing his eyes, the world fell into silence. Chenzong followed his heart. As if time and space were condensed, Chenzong swung his sword in the next moment. The cold-edged sword was unsheathed. The sword light was awe-inspiring. It was not strong at all. It was like a child holding a branch and scribbling, but there was an indescribable, mysterious fluctuation. As if an eggshell had been cut open, the sword mark was continuous, and the mist retreated. At the same time, in another place, a black sword cut through the void and tore the illusion apart. It was Yi Qianqiu. The two of them cut open the illusion at the same time. Everything around them rippled like water. "Human, submit to me and you can live." A voice filled with majesty suddenly resounded, covering the sky and covering the earth. An extremely terrifying aura pressed down. That aura carried an astonishingly high temperature, as though it wanted to burn Chenzong and Yi Qianqiu into ashes. It was the Demon Emperor Black Flame and the other 4 Demon Emperors. The Demon Emperor Black Flame was an advanced Demon Emperor. He was extremely powerful and terrifying. The pressure he brought to Chenzong and Yi Qianqiu was extremely strong. Originally, the Demon Emperor Black Flame had planned to kill the 2 humans. Seeing that the 2 of them could break the illusion of the Demon Emperor Huan Ming, it was obvious that the 2 humans were extraordinary. If he could take the 2 humans as his servants, he would be very proud. Yes, it was pride. The demon clan was warlike and prideful. especially the high-ranking demon emperors. Their status was very high, and they were very strong. Their usual opponents were equally strong, but there would be some competition between them. How could they compete? Of course, it was from other aspects. If he could have 2 human prodigies as his servants, he would definitely be very proud of himself in the Demon Flame country. The other 4 demon emperors did not dare to object to the Demon Emperor Black Flame's decision. The Demon Emperor Black Flame had a very high status in the Demon Flame country. It could be said that he was one of the few advanced demon emperors, second only to the monarch of the Demon Flame country. How could Qinzong and Yi Qianqiu submit to a demon? In this situation, they naturally had a fight. The Demon Emperor Black Flame gave Qinzong and Yi Qianqiu a lot of pressure, far more than the other demon emperors. Not to mention, there were 4 other demon emperors surrounding them. Fight! Without any hesitation, Qinzong used the red flame sword. Only by doing so could he have the strength to fight. Life sacrifice, power explosion. This time, Yi Qianqiu directly sacrificed his remaining lifespan and turned it into power, causing his strength to soar to the extreme. An extremely terrifying aura of nirvanic extermination spread out. One could vaguely see that the space around Yi Qianqiu seemed to be swallowed by a layer, sinking into darkness. That circle of darkness gave people a very oppressive feeling. It was very scary. The Demon Emperor Black Flame's eyes immediately shifted from Qinzong to Yi Qianqiu with a serious look. The aura of nirvanic extermination that spread out from Yi Qianqiu's body was very strong, making the Demon Emperor Black Flame feel threatened. Immediately, the Demon Emperor Black Flame's eyes fell on the black, evil sword in Yi Qianqiu's hand. With his high-level Demon Emperor strength, he could completely see that the sword was extraordinary and even terrifying. His pupils shrank, and he could not help but be a little wary. What a terrifying sword! Unlike the Tree Demon Emperor, the Demon Emperor Black Flame did not have the intention to take the nirvanic extermination evil sword for himself, because the sword gave him a very evil and ominous feeling. However, the Demon Emperor Black Flame was very interested in the sword in Qinzong's hand. The sword contained a strong power, and there was no evil power, so the Demon Emperor Black Flame was more interested in it. 1,000 years of nirvanic extermination. Yi Qianqiu, who was burning his vitality, immediately drew his sword. The sword pierced through the air and directly attacked the Demon Emperor Black Flame. The sword was like a black lightning, tearing through the sky with a terrifying aura of nirvanic extermination. The Demon Emperor Black Flame's expression changed slightly, and the sawtooth long saber on his back suddenly jumped up and slashed down. Yi Qianqiu immediately drew his second sword, and it was still the 1,000 years of nirvanic extermination. Kill! This sword was aimed at the other demon emperors of the demon clan. Qinzong's sword pierced through the air and attacked Demon Emperor Huanming of the Illusion Demon Clan. Among them, Demon Emperor Huanming's strength was the weakest. After all, the Illusion Demon Clan was not outstanding in a head-on battle, and they were most proud of their illusory techniques. Demon Emperor Huanming's eyes flashed with a dark light, and Qinzong only felt his mind go blank for a moment. Demon Emperor Huanming in front of him turned into a ray of light and escaped quickly. Qinzong swung his sword, but it missed. Demon Emperor Huanming did not move at all, but he cast his illusory technique in an instant, creating the scene that he had escaped, giving Qinzong an illusion. After his sword missed, the short saber in Demon Emperor Huanming's hand tore through the sky and slashed at Qinzong's neck. If it hit, his neck would be cut off. Qinzong's hair stood on end as a sense of crisis struck him. He reacted in an instant and raised his crimson flame-sharp sword to block Demon Emperor Huanming's attack. His tyrannical strength pushed Demon Emperor Huanming's blade away as he slashed out. In terms of combat skills, Demon Emperor Huanming was completely incomparable to Qinzong, and he was instantly at a disadvantage. Immediately, Demon Emperor Huanming cast his illusory technique again, creating an illusion to confuse Qinzong. But this time, Chunzong removed all distracting thoughts, and the sword in his hand moved according to his will, unaffected by the illusory technique. When the sword slashed, Demon Emperor Huan Ming reacted, but it was already too late. His left arm was chopped off at the shoulder, and he flew up high with blood spurting out. With his sword in hand, Ichinchio's tyrannical strength allowed him to pin down the other 4 Demon Emperors. 1 against 4. It seemed like he was doing it with ease. However, even though Ichinchio was so powerful, the price he had to pay was huge. After this battle, his vitality was completely extinguished, and he died instantly. With Ichinchio pinning down the other 4 Demon Emperors, Chunzong chopped off one of Demon Emperor Huan Ming's arms. The second and third slashes killed Demon Emperor Huan Ming, and he immediately swung his sword at the Demon Emperor from the Beast Devil clan. This Demon Emperor from the Beast Devil clan was about the same strength as the Demon Emperor from the Beast Devil clan, killed by Chunzong. With Chunzong's platinum sword body and crimson flame sharp sword, although he was not as strong as a high-class Demon Emperor, he was slightly stronger than a mid-class Demon Emperor. The Black Flame Demon Emperor shattered the Nirvana sword chi with a single slash, and with a flip of his hand, the serrated blade tore the sky apart. With an extremely terrifying blade light, he attacked Ichinchio with a world-shaking momentum. The other Demon Emperor from the Royal Demon clan swung his blade, and hundreds of blade lights shot towards Ichinchio. With his sword in hand, Ichinchio was unstoppable, and he pressed forward courageously. After this battle, his life force would be extinguished. Since that was the case, he had no more scruples and fought with all his strength. He only wanted to kill the enemy, even if he had to exchange his life for his enemies. The Black Flame Demon Emperor unleashed his full strength, and with the assistance of the Royal Demon clan's Demon Emperor, the 2 of them immediately pinned down Ichinchio. The Blood Demon Emperor immediately changed his target and attacked Chunzong. Joining hands with the Demon Emperor from the Beast Devil clan, they brought great pressure to Chunzong, and he was surrounded by danger. Chapter 11:27. Third update, Die. The right arm of the demonic beast clan's Demon Emperor swelled up, and his large tendons undulated like dragons and snakes, bursting out a violent power that shattered the sky. Black light surged like a volcanic eruption, shaking heaven and earth as it fiercely blasted towards Chunzong. The Blood Demon Emperor's figure split into several clones in an instant, and his sharp claws tore through the sky like an evil spirit. Chunzong's expression was solemn as he displayed his movement technique to the extreme, creating afterimages to avoid the Blood Demon Emperor's claws, but he couldn't avoid the demonic Beast clan's Demon Emperor's punch. The Crimson Flame sword was held horizontally in front of him to block the demonic Beast clan's Demon Emperor's punch. The terrifying fist energy bombarded the sword, bursting out thousands of ripples that raged wildly, shattering the vacuum. Chunzong constantly deflected the astonishing power, but the power of the punch was very strong. Even though Chunzong's body refinement cultivation was not low, he kept retreating, and his chi and blood were in turmoil. The Blood Demon Emperor took the opportunity to attack, forcing Chunzong to reluctantly gather his strength to resist. 1 against 2. Chunzong was at a disadvantage. He could only rely on his superb swordsmanship to continuously resist the joint attacks of the 2 Demon Emperors. On the other side, the Black Flame Demon Emperor and another Demon King clan's Demon Emperor kept attacking Ichinchio with their blades. Ichinchio counterattacked with a sword in his hand, and each strike was like a lightning bolt that split the sky. Ichinchio, who was burning all his vitality, was extremely tyrannical and had reached the level of a high-level Demon Emperor. With the Nirvana evil sword in hand, the power of each strike was very terrifying. Even a high-level Demon Emperor like the Black Flame Demon Emperor didn't dare to take it head-on. Thus, Ichinchio was able to fight against 2 powerful Demon Emperors by himself. His situation was much better than Chunzong's. "You go and kill him," the Black Flame Demon Emperor suddenly said to the other Demon King clan's intermediate Demon Emperor, and his gaze swept towards Chunzong in the distance. Since the Black Flame Demon Emperor had spoken, he naturally had to obey. What's more, with the Black Flame Demon Emperor's strength, it wasn't a problem to fight this human alone. A blade broke through the air and attacked Chunzong, arriving in an instant. The saber was extremely fast. It slashed down on Chunzong's body, breaking through layers of defenses. It slashed Chunzong's body and sent him flying. His dragon's robes defense, as well as dragon and spiritual power, continuously weakened the blades. In the end, Chunzong's body's tyrannical physique, but it was still he was in spiritual. 1 against 2, Chunzong was already at a disadvantage. 1 against 3, he didn't even have the ability to counterattack. He could only push his movement technique to the limit, constantly dodging and defending. Chen's Earth, Ants, Earth, Chun. Emperor's is this. His understanding of the Heartsword Sutra also improved under the pressure of life and death. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he was actively comprehending the Heartsword Sutra, but also as if he was passively comprehending the Heartsword Sutra. All the mysteries emerged. Chunzong felt that the sword in his hand was becoming more and more compatible with him. Every sword move became more and more agile and natural. This kind of enlightenment, this strange state, actually allowed Chunzong to resist the joint attack of the 3 demon emperors. Even so, Chunzong knew very well that at this moment, he was dancing on the tip of a blade. Below him was the purgatory sea of fire. Once he fell, only death would await him. The pressure brought about by death was extremely great. Some people would collapse under such extreme pressure, but some people would be able to stimulate their potential and advance by leaps and bounds under such extreme pressure. Chunzong belonged to the latter. The scarlet flame, sword in his hand, became smoother and smoother, as if it had become one with him. With a flick of his wrist, the sword trembled slightly and burst out with dozens of layers of force. Immediately, it blocked the demonic beast clan's demon emperor's punch and removed all the force. The sword turned smoothly like flowing water, cutting to the other side and repelling the blood demon emperor's sharp claws. The sword light was as high as the clouds. Suddenly, it burst out with an incomparably dazzling light, as if the sky's light was breaking through the clouds. It carried an astonishing power and slashed down in an incomparably domineering manner. This sword slashed directly at the demon emperor of the royal demon clan. As the sword and saber collided, a terrifying force burst out, wreaking havoc. The demon emperor of the royal demon clan found that he had been repelled. From 3 against 1, he had completely suppressed this human. In a few more moves, he had a chance to kill him. But suddenly there was a big change. Not only did he block the joint attack of the 3 demon emperors, but he also turned the tables. Now, he was even able to repel him. What the hell happened? The 3 demon emperors were very shocked. Their attacks became more and more violent, and each move was fatal. Chunzong seemed to be assisted by God. With a sword in hand, he cut across the sky and blocked all the attacks. With exquisite skills, he neutralized the powerful force and counterattacked. Carefree, incomparably carefree. His power surged without the slightest delay. Every bit of power was used to the extreme, and there was not a trace of waste. With a sword in hand, it was as if it was connected to his bloodline. With a thought, the sword would rise and follow him. This feeling was incomparably superb, far better than before. At the same time, the Heartsword Sutra also had an inexplicable change, which instantly attracted Chunzong's attention. A trace of power burst out, and invisible waves swept in all directions. In an instant, with Chunzong as the center, all time and space within 100 meters of him stopped. The 3 demon emperors were frozen in the void. Similarly, Chunzong's body was also frozen in the void, unable to move. This strange scene immediately attracted the attention of the Black Flame Demon Emperor and Ichinchio. The Black Flame Demon Emperor slashed at Ichinchio, and the other slashed at Chunzong. Although he did not know why, he had a feeling of unease. Since he was uneasy, he would use the saber in his hand to break it. Ichinchio slashed out twice and shattered the two saber lights, preventing the Black Flame Demon Emperor from interfering with Chunzong, although he did not know why such an unforeseen event happened. Since ancient times, there have been high and low sword cultivators. Low sword cultivators use the sword to control people. Medium sword cultivators use people to control their swords. High sword cultivators use their hearts to control their swords. High sword cultivators use their hearts to understand the sword principles. Supreme, sword heart, illumination, palm, sword intent. An ethereal voice suddenly sounded, as if it had transcended endless time and space. It spread out in Chunzong's mind and went straight into his soul like an imprint. Chunzong recognized that this was the voice of the Heart Sword Saint, the owner of the Heart Sword Seal and the creator of the Heart Sword Sutra. Today, you have comprehended using your heart to control your swords. You have received my insights. I hope you will comprehend the sword principles and the sword heart illumination palm sword intent in the future. The voice fell silent. A light seemed to have penetrated endless time and space and instantly entered Chunzong's soul. In an instant, the light exploded in his soul. Incomparably profound information emerged and was directly absorbed by Chunzong. Fortunately, Chunzong's soul had liquefied, and his endurance had increased tremendously. He did not feel much burden. Using your heart to control your swords. Chunzong was a little surprised. The sudden burst of power from the Heart Sword Sutra stopped everything in the surroundings. Only his thoughts were still running. Previously, when he was practicing his swords in the Kanglan world, Chunzong had experienced the stages of becoming one with the sword. It was also because his swordsmanship realm was far superior to others that he had greater strength. This was the foundation of his foundation. It was also the foundation for him to better practice his swordsmanship after entering the Lingwu Holy World. It was just that in the Lingwu Holy World, Chunzong had never heard of any swordsmanship realm. He thought that there was no difference. Now, it seemed that was not the case. Using a sword to control a person was easy to understand. When a beginner executed a sword art, one would be guided by the sword art and execute one move after another. When one became proficient in it, one would be able to freely execute each sword art and sword move, bringing out the full might of each sword art. Using people to control swords was a higher realm. In comparison, using people to control swords was equivalent to the Kanglan world's heart and sword unity. With the sword in hand, the weight and speed were completely under one's control. Using one's heart to control swords was a higher realm. In the past, Chunzong's swordsmanship realm had been constantly improving. He had surpassed the Kanglan world's heart and sword unity, which was equivalent to surpassing using people to control swords. He was infinitely close to using one's heart to control swords, but he had not truly reached it. He had always been a step away. And this step was also because Chunzong did not know the difference between the realms. Without a clear goal and guidance, he had been unable to step into it. This time, by chance and coincidence, because he was besieged by 3 demon emperors and under the pressure of death, Chunzong had stimulated his own potential. His powerful soul had also worked again. His comprehension of the Heart Sword Sutra had surpassed the past. He had broken through the boundary and truly stepped into the realm of using one's heart to control swords. Using one's heart to control swords. Truly following one's heart, where the heart and the sword could reach. Using the sword to control people was the lowest level. The sword was the initiative, and the person was the passive. At most, the power of the swordsmanship could be exerted to the extreme. If using people to control swords, the status was the opposite. The person was the main force. If he wanted to be strong, he would be strong. If he wanted to be weak, he would be weak. He could even erupt with power that exceeded 100% and reach a higher level. But whether it was using the sword to control people or using people to control swords, it was still on the surface level. Using one's heart to control swords was to use the heart as the main force and the person as the support. breaking away from the shackles of the form. This was a kind of mysterious realm. It was very wonderful. Compared to this, the heart and the sword as one was on a completely different level. Just like the cultivation of the Kanglan world, compared to the cultivation of the Lingwu holy world, the difference was obvious. All kinds of information, not only the description of the realm of swordsmanship, but also the various mysteries of using one's heart to control swords, allowed Chunzong to stabilize and improve in a short period of time. As for the more advanced comprehension of the sword principle and the sword intent of the palm, there was only a simple description. Chunzong had to work hard to comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, the time and space of the outside world froze. In less than a breath's time, Chunzong's mind ushered in a strange change, a kind of qualitative change. When knowledge and action became one, heaven and earth became clear. Chunzong only felt that everything around him had become incomparably clear. It was as clear as the sky under the sun after a rainstorm. With the flowing red flame sword in hand, he could clearly feel the power contained in it. He even had a feeling that as long as he wanted, he could completely stimulate the power contained in the flowing red flame sword, without consuming much of his own strength. His eyes flashed, staring at the demon emperor of the beast devil clan. With a thought, the flowing red flame sword swung out. Chapter 1128. Fourth update. One sword cleaving the sky. The golden flames swept across the sky like flowing clouds. They were bright, dazzling, and incomparably gorgeous. They were incompatible with the dusky world of the earth demon abyss. It was as if they were drawing colorful strokes in the dark land, stunning the space-time. One sword. It was unstoppable. The terrifying power was blazing like the power of the sun, burning heaven and earth. All the violent power of the demon arch of the beast demon race was defeated. The golden flames blasted forward. It was as blazing and violent as the sun and as sharp as a sword. All the defenses were disintegrated under this sword. With a boom, the demon arch of the beast demon race exerted all his strength. He poured power into his arms and crossed them in front of his chest to resist the golden flames. The terrifying power destroyed the demon arch of the beast demon race's arms. Even his forearms were smashed. His body flew backward like a meteor. With a boom, the demon arch of the beast demon race fell to the ground and smashed a huge hole in the hard ground. His forearms were smashed, and there was a cross-shaped sword mark on his chest. The terrifying power invaded his body and raged wildly. He breathed in less than he breathed out. Although the demon arch of the beast demon race did not die, he was seriously injured and could no longer fight. If he was not treated in time, even with the demon race's strong physique and amazing self-healing ability, he would not be able to recover and would die. Seeing that Chunzong, who was at a disadvantage and was about to be killed, actually turned the tables and began to fight back. He even blasted a sword and sent a demon, the arch, flying to the brink of death. The demon, the arch of the blood demon race, and the demon king race were shocked. Not being able to kill his opponent in one strike, Chunzong knew that he was still unable to fully display the power of the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword, only a part of it. Otherwise, the Red Flame Sharp Sword, which was a half-saint artifact, had the power of a half-saint. The power of a half-saint could completely crush the arch. Just think of the chief commander of the demon suppressing fortress. He killed one demon arch after another with the power of a half-saint. However, although he could not fully unleash the power of the Red Flame Sharp Sword, such power had increased Chunzong's strength by a lot. When the second sword was unleashed, the golden flames fluctuated like a vast and mighty cloud. The sword chi was shocking as it blasted towards the other two mid-level demon sovereigns. This sword strike was majestic and powerful, but it also had a kind of unpredictable cloud-like mysteries, making it difficult for the two mid-level demon emperors to dodge. They could only use their full strength to resist. He had no choice but to go all out. Just look at the fate of the demonic beast clan's demon emperor. The two of them erupted with their full strength, using their secret techniques. Blood demon explosion, demon king chop, their power was extremely tyrannical. In an instant, under the tyrannical power of the golden flowing light, the two's full strength counterattack was defeated. Their figures were sent flying, and their blood and chi were turbulent. They couldn't help but vomit out, and their auras were weak. With one move, the two mid-level fiend emperors were immediately injured. Chunzong's eyes emitted an extremely sharp and cold light. It was as if his entire body had turned into a divine sword that could tear the world apart. Sword chi surrounded his body. The third strike was unleashed. The golden flames compressed in an instant. Like a line between heaven and earth, they split the world in yin and yang. Illusory cloud, void, slashing sword. Previously, Chunzong didn't use any sword technique. He just directly released part of the power contained in the Scarlet Flame sword. It was simple and crude, but now, the sword technique he used was even more astonishing. The two mid-level demon emperors couldn't resist at all and were directly cut in half. With a grab of his left hand, Chunzong used the blood refining technique. The blood essence of the two demon emperors was immediately refined into blood beads. They fell to the ground and smashed a hole. The dying demonic beast clan's demon emperor couldn't resist. His blood and chi were absorbed by Chunzong and refined into blood beads. He died completely. 4 of the 5 demon emperors died under Chunzong's sword. With a sweep of his eyes, an extremely sharp cold light broke through the air and landed on the black flame demon emperor, who was fighting fiercely with Ichinchio. Even though Chunzong's strength had greatly increased, he had to admit that the black flame demon emperor's strength was indeed terrifying. The power of each strike was tyrannical and astonishing. Each strike seemed to be able to shatter the space of the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, leaving behind a series of pitch-black marks. The black flame Devil Emperor's body was also burning with a layer of pitch-black flames. The flames were extremely cold and terrifying, making his strength even more tyrannical. Every slash of his blade carried the power of the cold black flames. These flames were different from the demon flames that Chunzong had seen before. They seemed to be closer to the rare flames of heaven and earth. Chunzong couldn't help but be curious. Could there be rare flames of heaven and earth in this Kanglan world? But the most important thing now was to kill the black flame demon emperor. Although Ichinchio's strength was very strong, not at all inferior to the black flame demon emperor, Chunzong, whose perception had become sharper after breaking through the realm of sword manipulation with the heart, could feel that the death aura on Ichinchio's body was getting thicker and thicker. He couldn't tell when he would die. The sword chi was shocking. Chunzong spread his feet and took a stance in midair. The sword was pointed straight ahead, locking onto the black flame demon emperor from afar. A terrifying power suddenly spread from the red flame sword, turning into a golden flame that burned fiercely. The golden flame spread and also covered Chunzong's body. His whole person turned into a blazing golden flame, burning fiercely in midair. Then, the power of the purple cloud black star flame also spread out and blended with the power of the red flame sword, turning the golden flame around his body into a purple gold color, emitting bits of black starlight, becoming more and more dazzling. Like the night sky, between heaven and earth, Chunzong seemed to have become the center, as if a sun had appeared in the sky of the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, shining brightly. The Black Flame Demon Emperor, who was fighting fiercely with Ichinchio, was shocked. Without any hesitation, he slashed away Ichinchio's sword, turned into a black light, and quickly fled. There were 5 of them, but 4 were killed. Now, he had also become a target. Although he didn't know what had happened, the strength of these 2 humans at this moment was very strong, not inferior to his. If they joined forces, he wouldn't be a match. He made a prompt decision to leave first. After that, he would summon other high-level demon emperors to join forces and kill them. At this time, face was not important. These 2 humans had changed too much. The Black Flame Demon Emperor had a feeling that these 2 were likely to bring a very bad influence to the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Under the guidance of the Qi dynamic, Chunzong's strength erupted in an instant. His right arm suddenly pushed forward. The tip of his sword was extremely sharp, piercing through the void as if it was piercing through layers of time and space. Although he moved later, it arrived first, stabbing towards the back of the Black Flame Demon Emperor. The Black Flame Demon Emperor was extremely fast, but Chunzong's sword was also astonishingly fast due to the guidance of the Qi dynamic. A sword light cut across the sky. The Black Flame Demon Emperor's figure paused, and he looked down at his chest. His heart was pierced directly. The terrifying power directly burned his heart, wreaking havoc in his body. The Black Flame Demon Emperor was indeed a high-level Demon Emperor. Not only was his strength strong, but he was also very ruthless. He immediately summoned the last of his strength to self-destruct. After the long distance, Chunzong felt a wave of weakness coming from his mind. He couldn't attack again, and could only rapidly descend, pulling away from his opponent. Ichinchio once again blasted out with his sword. The Nirvana Sword Qi was extremely majestic, pushing forward layer by layer, blasting towards the self-destructing Black Flame Demon Emperor. The self-destruction of a high-level Demon Emperor was terrifying. Even if it was not at its peak, it was enough to kill an expert of the same level. But under Ichinchio's last sword, it was constantly weakened. When it finally reached Ichinchio and Chunzong, there was not much strength left. Even so, the two of them were sent flying, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, the death of the 5 Demon Emperors was a great thing for the two of them. So far, 8 Demon Emperors have been killed by the two of them, counting the 20 demon tribes and many experts of the demon race. Such a loss was definitely not small for the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Brother, while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chunzong resisted the discomfort. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside Ichinchio like lightning. Ichinchio's face was pale and defeated. His grayish-white eyes were filled with the aura of death, and there was no trace of life in his body. In order to fight against the Black Flame Demon Emperor, Ichinchio had exhausted the last of his lifespan. Now, he could no longer hold on. In fact, if Ichinchio had more lifespan and used it all, the power he obtained would be more than this. Unfortunately, in order to obtain the power of the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm, he had already exhausted most of his life force. One must know that the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm was not an explosive power, but a stable power that had always existed and was completely controlled by Ichinchio. Before that, Ichinchio's strength was only at the Earth Spirit Realm. It was impossible to obtain this kind of power overnight without paying a huge price. Brother Chun, this sword is too evil. I hope you can seal it away. With only one breath left, Ichinchio handed the Nirvana evil sword to Chunzong. Live on and defeat the demon race. After saying his last wish, Ichinchio's eyes became dark and lifeless. His last breath was also exhausted. Holding the Nirvana evil sword and looking at the dead Ichinchio, Chunzong could not help but feel a wave of sadness. If not for the consumption of his life force, Ichinchio still had some lifespan left. But now he was dead. From a certain point of view, Ichinchio had saved his life. If Ichinchio had not used his life force to unleash his strength, Chunzong might not have been able to comprehend the Sword of Heart under pressure. From there, he would have been able to activate the power of the Scarlet Flame Edge to a greater extent and kill strong enemies. Brother E, I will do my best to help the human race defeat the demon race. Chunzong said to Ichinchio with an incomparably solemn tone. Even though Ichinchio could no longer hear him, Chunzong still said these words. This was a promise to Ichinchio, and also a promise to himself. After sealing Ichinchio's body and putting it into his storage ring, Chunzong took out some pills and consumed them to replenish his energy. However, there were no pills to replenish his mind, so it could only slowly recover on its own. After comprehending the Sword of Heart, using the Scarlet Flame Edge consumed very little of his body's strength, but it consumed his mind. Sword of Heart. What this heart referred to was the state of mind. Chunzong had only just comprehended it. It was his first time using the Sword of Heart, so it was hard to control the consumption, especially the last sword. In order to kill the Black Flame Devil Emperor, he had consumed a large amount of his mind and soul, trying his best to activate the power of the Scarlet Flame Edge. Chapter 1129. Fifth Update. Today's outburst ends. Asking for a subscription and monthly pass. In the capital of the Devil Flame Kingdom, inside the palace that looked like black flames soaring into the sky, a tall figure sat on the throne. It was as if he was covered in black flames. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but he constantly emitted a terrifying pressure. It was as if the surrounding area had been burned into a vacuum, and the light was distorted. This person was the monarch of the Devil Flame Kingdom, and also the strongest person in the kingdom. Below him sat a group of generals and ministers of the Devil Flame Kingdom. Each of them was a demon emperor-level powerhouse, and there were more than a dozen of them. Just here alone, there were more than a dozen demon emperors. The stronger ones surpassed high-level demon emperors, while the weaker ones were mid-level demon emperors. It was a very terrifying force. In fact, although many demon emperors had entered the surface, they only occupied a small part of the demon abyss, not even half of the total demon emperors. In the Earth Demon Abyss, only the last 3 levels had demon emperor powerhouses. The 7th level had the least, the 9th level had the most, and the 8th level was moderate. In general, there were dozens of demon emperors in the 8th level, half of which were concentrated in the Devil Flame Kingdom, and the other half in various large tribes. Now, 8 demon emperors had died one after another, which was a heavy loss. Most importantly, these 8 demon emperors did not die on the surface, but in the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, which was their territory, and they were killed by the humans. The atmosphere in the entire palace hall was extremely oppressive, and the source of the oppressive atmosphere was the monarch of the Devil Flame Kingdom. His eyes were burning with terrifying demonic flames, as if he was raging with fury. The death of the 8 demon emperors, especially the death of the Black Flame Demon Emperor, angered the monarch of the Devil Flame Kingdom, because they all knew that the Black Flame Demon Emperor and the monarch of the Devil Flame Kingdom had a good relationship. "Monarch, please allow me to go out and take the heads of those 2 humans." In the hall, one of the dozen demon emperors, dressed in domineering armor, stepped out with a shocking aura, as if a giant was stepping out, causing the entire hall to tremble. "Monarch, with the strength of the general, if he personally goes out, he can kill those 2 humans," said a gentle-looking demon emperor in a black robe. "Allow." The monarch of the Devil Flame Kingdom only said one word, but that word carried a shocking power. The Devil Flame Nation was the only nation in the Earth Demon Abyss, and the ruler of the Devil Flame Nation was the strongest and had the highest status. Under normal circumstances, he would not personally intervene. If the monarch had to personally deal with some matters, then the entire kingdom would be too weak. It was already a big deal for the Devil Flame country's great general to take action personally. "Monarch, I swear to bring back the heads of those 2 humans." The Demon Flame Great General spoke in a loud voice as though he was issuing a military order. He immediately bowed, turned around, and strode out of the hall with lightning-like strides. A huge shadow rapidly flew out from Magic Flame Royal City. It was a demonic dragon with a body and tail over 200 meters long. This demonic dragon's head was covered with sharp spikes and looked extremely ferocious. Its eyes were scarlet red and burning with black flames. Its might was astonishing. When it opened its mouth slightly, one could faintly see sharp teeth that flickered with a cold light. Traces of black flames spurted out from the gaps between the sharp teeth. From its aura, it could be judged that this was a superior 9th Order demonic dragon, which was stronger than the ordinary superior 9th Order demons. On the back of this powerful demonic dragon stood 7 figures. Each figure was very tall and strong, like an iron tower. It was as if they had merged with the demonic dragon, towering and unmoving. The leader of the 7 figures was the great general of the Devil Flame country, and the other 6 were his personal guards. 2 were intermediate-level demon emperors, and 4 were low-level demon emperors. At the same time, flying demonic creatures that looked like bats with a wingspan of 10 meters followed closely behind the demonic dragon. They flew out from a corner of Magic Flame King City, forming a dense black mass. There were more than 100 of them. On the back of each winged demonic bat stood a figure wearing black armor, looking very mighty. Winged demonic bat guards. These were the personal guards of the great general of the Devil Flame country. Each of them was carefully selected from the demon army. They were all superior Ninth Order demons, and all of them were elites among the superior Ninth Order demons. Their strength was stronger than the ordinary superior Ninth Order demons. Among them, there were a few who possessed the strength of a peak upper rank 9. They were not much weaker than Shinzong. In order to pursue the two humans, the great general of the Devil Flame country could be said to have given his all. Only success was allowed. Failure was not allowed. The aura was like a sword, piercing through the sky and dissipating 100 meters away. Shinzong opened his eyes. They were as deep as the void of the universe, and infinite mysteries flashed in an instant. He looked up at the sky and stared at it. His brows furrowed slightly, but they relaxed in an instant. After the liquefaction of his soul, Shinzong's perception became sharper. After comprehending the realm of sword manipulation with heart, the potential of his soul was further developed, and his perception was strengthened again. With his super strong perception, Shinzong felt that danger was approaching quickly. Even Shinzong could clearly feel the direction of the source of the danger. The West. The Devil Flame country was also located in the West. In other words, this danger was likely to come from the Devil Flame country. Come on, I'll kill as many as I can, Shinzong said to himself. His voice was so low that only he could hear it clearly. This was the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Even if he wanted to hide, there was nowhere to hide. He would be found by the demons sooner or later. Moreover, after comprehending the realm of sword manipulation with heart, Shinzong's belief became stronger and more determined. Let's fight. Kill until blood splattered everywhere. After comprehending the realm of controlling the sword with his heart, Shinzong's strength had increased by quite a bit. If he used his full strength, he might not be inferior to a low-level demon emperor. If he used the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword, he would not be inferior to a high-level demon emperor. With such strength, as long as he did not seek his own death, he would be able to survive here for a longer time and cause more casualties to the demon clan. His figure moved, and a tyrannical power surged in his body. This was the power of late-stage Dragon Force Realm 8th layer. After consuming the blood beads refined from the blood essence of 4 mid-level demon emperors and killing many demon masters, Shinzong's body refining cultivation had once again made a small breakthrough. It was not easy to make a breakthrough in Qi refining realm, but it was not impossible. At least outside the demon-suppressing fortress, Shinzong had killed a demon master and obtained an unknown fruit. After refining it, his Qi refining realm cultivation broke through to the early stage of the transcendent realm 8th layer. If he could obtain similar demonic medicines here, maybe his Qi refining realm cultivation could also be improved rapidly. Unfortunately, so far, Shinzong had not obtained any demonic medicines that could improve his Qi refining realm cultivation. Thinking about all the power he could use, Shinzong could not help but think of the Nirvana Evil Sword. Before I Chinchio died, he gave the Nirvana Evil Sword to him. To be honest, Shinzong was very curious about the Nirvana Evil Sword. What was it like to consume one's vitality in exchange for power? When Shinzong held the Nirvana Evil Sword and calmed down, a thought came from the Nirvana Evil Sword, asking Shinzong if he wanted to obtain more power. Other than that, there was no other explanation, nor was there any mention of the price. From this point of view, the Nirvana Evil Sword should be sentient. Therefore, the Nirvana Evil Sword was likely a saint artifact, and not an ordinary saint artifact. However, Shinzong judged that the Nirvana Evil Sword sentience was not strong enough, or rather, it was incomplete. Although he was very curious, Shinzong did not have any thoughts of consuming his vitality in exchange for power. At least, not now. He was not I Chinchio and did not face the same kind of hatred and despair. With the strength he had now, he could deal with many dangers. Although he felt that danger was coming and decided to fight in all directions. Chinzong would not stay in the same place and wait for the danger to come. Instead, he chose the opposite direction and used his movement technique to fly away. Chinzong's purpose was to find more demon clan powerhouses before the danger came. He wanted to obtain more blood orbs to improve his body refining cultivation. The higher his body refining cultivation, the stronger his ability to protect himself, and the better he could deal with danger. Every time the giant demonic dragon flapped its wings, it would stir up a terrible storm that blew to the left and right, wreaking havoc in all directions. If this kind of storm fell on a mortal city, it would be enough to destroy the entire city, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. The demonic dragon's flying speed was extremely fast. After it flew past, there was a terrible screech that resounded through the heavens and earth. On the left and right of the demonic dragon, at a distance of 10,000 meters, there were 50 flying-winged demon bats flapping their wings at full speed. These flying-winged demon bats were demons that were carefully cultivated. They were upper rank 9 demons. Although their strength was far inferior to the demonic dragon, their flying speed was not inferior at all. The demonic dragon and the 100 flying-winged demon bats were heading in the direction where Chinzong was previously. A tribe. Looking from afar, Chinzong saw the outline of a tribe, and his eyes shone with a trace of light. The demon clan's tribes could be divided into small tribes, medium tribes, and large tribes. Among them, large tribes had demon emperors, while medium tribes generally did not, but there were many upper rank 9 powerhouses. Not only were there more powerhouses in medium tribes, but there were also more members, and the area of the tribe was larger. Just by comparing the area of the tribe, Chinzong felt that the tribe in front of him might be a medium tribe. Even if it was a large tribe, at this moment, Chinzong dared to fight alone, let alone a medium tribe. There was no need to think too much. Kill. With a burst of speed, his figure turned into a lightning bolt that tore through the sky, approaching the medium tribe at the fastest speed. He unsheathed his cold-edged sword and directly beheaded the few demon powerhouses guarding the tribe. This was a demonic beast tribe. Enemy attack. The demonic beast warrior immediately roared and waved his weapon at Chinzong. A bright sword light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. His weapon was cut in half, and his body was also cut in half. The speed of the sword was so fast that he did not feel the slightest pain when his body was cut in half. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, Chinzong swept across the world with his sword in hand. None of the demonic beasts could resist his sword. Kill, kill, kill. Regardless of whether they were armed or not, they were all cut in half by Chinzong's sword. At this moment, the sharpness of the cold-edged sword had been stimulated to the extreme by Chinzong, who had comprehended the sword manipulation with heart. It was simply unstoppable. Chapter 11:30. I know that you are already unable to endure the hunger and thirst, so here's the first update. Clouds in the sky, nimble, natural, elegant, ever-changing, omnipresent. Heart in the body, formless, colorless, tasteless, indefinite, unfettered. Heart like clouds, clouds following the heart. With the cold-edged sword in hand, he could do as he pleased. Clearly, he was thrusting his sword forward, but it would instantly turn into a slash, attacking behind him. That sword seemed to possess a unique intelligence, having its own consciousness, becoming independent, and able to appear anywhere around Chinzong at will, resisting all the attacks aimed at Chinzong. One by one, the devil race experts charged over from all directions. They even formed a battle formation and surrounded Chinzong. The demon race couldn't compare with the human race in the way of battle formations, appearing much cruder. In comparison, when they attacked the surface and suffered a great loss outside the demon subduing fortress, the demon race began to study the human race's way of battle formations. But the way of battle formations was created by the human race's sages. Although it seemed simple, it actually concealed profound principles. From the beginning of its creation to its gradual perfection, countless years had passed, and the sages had expended a great deal of effort. How could it be so easily studied by the demon race? When the study was fruitless, a portion of the human race happened to rebel and seek refuge with the demon race. They happened to grasp some of the way of battle formations, which they passed on to the demon race. Studying by oneself and being taught by others were two completely different concepts. One was creating something out of nothing, which was extremely difficult, especially for the demon race. The difficulty was inconceivable, but after being taught, there were traces to follow. Unfortunately, the demon race didn't have any talent in the way of battle formations, and it was very difficult to learn. Therefore, after a few years, they had only grasped a superficial application. Even so, it allowed the demon warriors to cooperate better, allowing them to display even greater strength. Over 1,000 mid-level demon beasts were divided into 5 waves, one after another surging like a tidal wave. Huge blades slashed out in unison, rolling up an extremely frightening momentum. At the same time as 200 huge blades slashed down, the wave of demon beasts retreated in an instant, and the next wave immediately met them. Before the first wave had even settled, another wave rose up in an endless stream. This kind of battle formation was called the wave formation, which was created by the human race's sages after observing the rise and fall of the waves. After many modifications, it was finally finalized. The wave formation was one of the more inferior battle formations and also the easiest to master. Even so, only a few demon fighters could master it. This was the shortcoming of demons. Otherwise, if demons could master battle formations like humans, they would definitely become more terrifying. Under the wave formation, the 1,000 demonic beast warriors kept attacking, wave after wave. However, after 5 waves, there was a slight pause. Once the great success wave formation was unleashed, there were not 5 waves, but an endless stream. The demons only had a rough grasp of it, and were unable to achieve an endless stream. The 5 waves of attacks couldn't hurt Qinzong at all. Seizing that instant of opportunity, he slashed out with his sword, breaking the wave formation, quickly killing and harvesting lives. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spear pierced through the air. Those were the spears thrown out by the superior demonic beasts. Each spear contained a terrifying power, piercing through the void and shooting towards Qinzong from all directions. Qinzong and I Qianqiu had experienced this kind of attack before, and it was very threatening. After all, the superior demonic beasts were very powerful. The spears they threw out with all their strength were shockingly powerful. If hit, even with Qinzong's tyrannical physique, he didn't dare to say that he could completely withstand it. At that time, Qinzong and I Qianqiu's countermeasure was to join hands, fighting one side, while rushing out at the fastest speed. But now, there was only Qinzong alone. It was reasonable to say that the pressure should be greatly increased, but from Qinzong's calm face, there wasn't the slightest feeling of pressure. With a sword in hand, all attacks were blocked 5 feet away. The sword was about 3 feet long, including the arm and the distance when swinging the sword. It formed a sword circle within 5 feet. If the sword circle didn't break, all attacks would be blocked. Not breaking the sword circle was a manifestation of the proficiency of using the heart to control the sword. The scene that struck fear into the hearts of the demon race clansmen was right in front of them. No matter how many spears they shot out, they would be struck down before they could even hit the human. The terrifying power caused the spears to shatter inch by inch from the tip, spreading to the rest of the spears, turning them into dust and dispersing. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. It was as if with the body as the center, the arm and the long sword as the extension, the area within 5 feet had become a small world under his control. If it weren't for the approaching danger, Qinzong really wanted to use these demonic beasts to further practice using the heart to control the sword. After smashing all the spears that shot towards him, Qinzong's figure flashed, splitting the air like lightning. The cold edge sword drew a long sword mark across the sky, crossing the horizon. Kill! With both the body refining and qi refining cultivation, he kept killing. The demonic beasts in this tribe were getting fewer and fewer. Corpses were everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. When all the superior 7th rank to 9th rank demonic beasts were killed by Chunzong and refined into blood beads, Chunzong quickly left. If it were a normal time, he would naturally slaughter the whole tribe of demonic beasts. However, this was a medium-sized tribe with tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Moreover, Chunzong didn't want to consume too much strength for this. Therefore, even if they stood still and let Chunzong kill them, it would take a long time. What's more, these demonic beasts were all using their strength to kill Chunzong. In this way, he could kill the superior 7th rank to 9th rank demonic beasts and refine them into blood beads. Chunzong quickly left to find the next tribe. There was no lack of demonic beasts with special abilities in the Devil Flame country, or demonic beasts that were good at tracking. For example, the flying winged demonic beast was a kind of demonic beast that was good at tracking. After being cultivated, it became even more outstanding. Therefore, with the previous lock and follow-up tracking, the Devil Flame country's general and his party didn't deviate and quickly approached. Before Chunzong found the next demonic beast tribe, he felt a terrifying crisis coming. Raising his head to look towards the western horizon, Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly. Bright light shone from them, as if he could see through time and space. He saw many black figures approaching at an astonishing speed. The source of the danger was those figures that were rapidly approaching. Chunzong didn't escape. He knew that even if he burst out at full speed, he would only delay them for a little longer. In that case, he would fight. Unfortunately, he didn't get more blood beads to further improve his physique refinement realm. Although the 8th layer of the Earth Demon Abyss was very large, the flying speed of the upper 9th rank was not slow at all. Moreover, the distance between here and the Devil Flame country was not too far, so the enemy came quickly. He took out a pill and consumed it to recover the strength he had consumed before. The 8 spiritual wheels operated at full speed, crushing and absorbing the pill. Chunzong wanted to be in his best condition to fight the demonic beasts. After 15 breaths, the Devil Flame country's general arrived with his personal guards and personal guards. 100 winged demonic beasts quickly spread out and formed a circular encirclement surrounding Chunzong. The huge demonic dragon stopped outside the encirclement. The Devil Flame country's general's eyes seemed to be burning with black flames as he stared at Chunzong, immediately putting a lot of pressure on Chunzong. Very strong, even stronger than the advanced demonic emperor from before. Kill. Although surprised that there was only one human, the Devil Flame country's general didn't have the slightest intention of wasting his breath. He waved his hand and ordered Chunzong to be killed. From this point, it could be seen that the Devil Flame country's general was a decisive person, and other demonic beasts couldn't compare to him. With the Devil Flame country's general's order, Chunzong suddenly felt his hair stand on end. The demonic beasts on the backs of the hundreds of winged demonic beasts took out black bows, quickly knocked black arrows, and pulled the strong bows into a full moon. Each black arrow was 1.5 meters long and as thick as a thumb. The arrowheads were extremely sharp and flashed with a little scarlet cold light. These weren't ordinary arrows, but Devil Flame country's special blood poison arrows. One shot, even a superior 9th rank demonic beast would be poisoned in an instant. Their blood would be corroded and deteriorated, affecting the whole body. In just 3 breaths, their blood would coagulate and they would lose most of their strength. 100 blood poison arrows all locked onto Chunzong, immediately making Chunzong's face change slightly and his hair stand on end. He couldn't be hit. Immediately, the 100 winged demonic beasts released their fingers. With a bang, the bowstrings of the strong bows produced a terrible force, pushing the blood poison arrows to burst out at the fastest speed, many times faster than the speed of sound, tearing the sky like 100 lightning bolts shooting from all directions. As soon as the blood poison arrows were shot out, the winged demonic beasts immediately took out a second blood poison arrow, aimed at Chunzong, and released again. 100 blood poison arrows formed a wave, and 10 consecutive waves were shot. Even a low-level demonic emperor would find it difficult to deal with. If hit once, the blood poison attached to the arrows would quickly spread in the body. A superior 9th-rank demonic beast blood would coagulate in 3 breaths, and a low-level demonic emperor wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 10 breaths. Even a mid-level demonic emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it completely. The Devil Flame Country's great general and the 6 guards behind him all stared with wide eyes. Except for the Devil Flame Country's great general, everyone else would be in danger under such an attack. Would this human's body explode from the impact of the arrow? Taking a deep breath, Chunzong's eyes suddenly changed. They were incomparably deep, like the void of the universe, containing infinite mysteries. The cold-edged sword was unsheathed, and without any posture, sword shadows spread out in all directions. The sword light was like a blooming lotus, magnificent and lifelike. The sword light lotus covered a radius of 5 feet with him as the center. The first wave of blood poison arrows was shot. Each arrow carried a terrible power that could easily shatter a mountain. But the moment the sword light lotus came into contact with the 100 blood poison arrows, the arrows were clearly exposed in the air. Starting from the arrow tip, they disintegrated little by little and quickly spread to the arrow body. Before the first wave of blood poison arrows completely collapsed, the second wave of blood poison arrows had already arrived. Once again, they were blocked by the sword light lotus and shattered. Wave after wave, Chunzong, who was in the middle of the sword light lotus, looked more and more dignified. After blocking and shattering the first wave of blood poison arrows, Chunzong didn't feel much pressure. When the second wave came, he began to feel a little pressure. When the third wave came, the pressure increased significantly. When he blocked and shattered the 5th wave, Chunzong looked very dignified. This kind of pressure had almost reached the limit of what he could bear. Using the heart to control the sword did increase his strength a lot. With the cold-edged sword in hand, he had the strength of a low-level demonic emperor, but it was still not enough. Chapter 1131. Boom! The sword light lotus shone brightly, filled with endless golden light, as if it was nurturing a golden sun, erupting with terrifying power that filled heaven and earth. Time and space seemed to be still in an instant. It was not really still, but the power that erupted in an instant was too tyrannical, and the invisible momentum affected the surrounding air, causing an illusion. It was said that a real, peerless powerhouse could even seal and suppress space and time with their momentum. But that was just a legend, and Chunzong would not think too much about it, especially now. Using the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword, Chunzong's attack power skyrocketed. The sword light lotus that was about to collapse under the 7th wave of blood poison arrows not only reassembled, but also became more tyrannical, suppressing the next 3 waves of blood poison arrows and shattering all the blood poison arrows. The hardness of each blood poison arrow was astonishing, comparable to a mid-grade spiritual weapon, but they were all shattered easily. After blocking the 10 waves of blood poison arrows of the flying bat demon guards, Chunzong did not stay in place. Instead, he waved his sword, and the man and sword became indistinguishable, breaking through the air. Counterattack. Controlling the sword with a heart, of course, could create a 5-foot unbreakable sword circle, but the opponent was very strong, and passive defense was not Chunzong's style. Speaking of which, if there were no 7 Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Demon Dragon, Chunzong would like to use these 100 upper grade 9th rank powerhouses to sharpen his unbreakable sword circle. Golden flames tore through the sky at an astonishing speed, slashing toward him. Using the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword, Chunzong's attack power had completely reached the level of an upper grade Demon Emperor. Controlling the sword with the heart, the speed of the sword was even more astonishing. The strength of each Flying Bat Demon Guard was more than twice as strong as an ordinary upper-grade 9th rank powerhouse. If they joined forces, they could fight and even cause damage to a lower-grade Demon Emperor, but they were not Chunzong's opponent at this time. He could not dodge. Wherever the sword light passed, 3 flying bat demon guards, and their flying bat demon guards were directly cut off. Using the blood refinement technique, he refined 6 blood pearls, 3 from the flying bat demon guards and 3 from the flying wing demon banner. From the time the flying bat demonic guards shot out 10 waves of blood poison arrows to the time when Chun Zong killed 3 of them, the time was extremely short. The other flying bat demonic guards reacted extremely quickly. They immediately spread out and distanced themselves from Chun Zong. Once again, they knocked their arrows and locked onto their targets from afar. Kill! The voice of the Devil Flame Country's general was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze the void. The flying bat demon guards were his personal guards. They were personally selected from thousands of soldiers and carefully cultivated. Every one of them was very precious. Now that 3 of them had died, the Devil Flame Country's general was naturally very unhappy and filled with killing intent. At his command, the blood poison arrows pierced through the air again. Each arrow pierced through the sky, leaving a straight mark. The 6 demon emperors behind the great general of the Devil Flame Country also flew out at the same time. They were as fast as 6 bolts of lightning. 2 mid-level demon emperors and 4 low-level demon emperors. Once they attacked, their power was astonishing. Moreover, these 6 demon emperors were also powerhouses cultivated by the Devil Flame Country's general. They had served under him for many years and were extremely proficient in cooperating with each other. The 97 blood poison arrows were instantly shattered by Chun Zong. The 6 powerful demon emperors also pierced through the air and attacked. The 4 low-level demon emperors attacked from the 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. Each of their attacks was filled with their full strength. Not only were their attacks powerful, but they also sealed off the surroundings. A mid-level demon emperor appeared in the sky and slashed with his saber. The saber light was like a crescent moon descending from the sky, able to cut through everything. Immediately, another mid-level demon emperor appeared below and slashed with his saber. The saber light intersected with the sky, forming a cross. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, it would form a killing move that left no room for escape. The Devil Flame Country's general stared at Chun Zong. He wanted to see how this human would deal with it. Unknowingly, a long spear appeared in his hand. Black flames quickly spread from his palm and covered the spear. Chun Zong's eyes shone brightly. Facing the 6 demon emperors' joint attack, he did not panic at all. Heartbeat, sword strike. 6 sword lights pierced through the air and shattered the attacks of the 6 demon emperors. An extreme sense of crisis suddenly exploded in the depths of his heart. In front of him, a blazing black light exploded inch by inch. Every time it exploded, its speed increased by 30%. It was as if it could shatter heaven and earth. With a destructive power, it blasted towards Chun Zong mercilessly. The Devil Flame Country's general attacked. Once he attacked, he used all his strength. He seized the moment when the 6 demon emperors laid down the fatal situation. There was no room for escape. The fatal situation laid down by the 6 demon emperors was not complete. Now, it was the real fatal situation. There was no room for escape. If it were other high-level demon emperors facing this attack, they would definitely die. This was because the Devil Flame Country's strength was at the top of the high-level demon emperors. The Devil Flame Country's general was determined to kill this human. He could not let this human live. From the moment he attacked until now, it had only been a short time. The Devil Flame Country's general had already seen how terrifying this human was. His strength was not yet at the Thear Crank level. However, for some reason, he could unleash the strength of a Thear Crank martial artist. Furthermore, the sword in his hand contained a terrifying power, causing his opponent's attack to reach the level of a high-level demon emperor. This could explain how the 8 demon emperors had died previously. This spear attack condensed all the strength of the Devil Flame Country's body. With a 100% burst, its power was extremely strong. The timing was also perfect. The Devil Flame Country's general was 100% confident that with this spear attack, he could kill this human. Holding the scarlet flame sharp sword with both hands, he unleashed all his strength. A platinum aura surged out, activating the scarlet flame sharp sword's strength to the greatest extent. The purple cloud-black star flame also swept out instantly. With a boom, the sword slashed down as if it was splitting heaven and earth. This sword attack was also the strongest sword attack that Qinzong could unleash. Boom! Heaven fell, and earth cracked. The spear and sword collided, and it was as if two meteors had collided. They instantly stopped, and extremely terrifying ripples surged out like raging waves. Everywhere they passed, fine traces were destroyed, and they emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. The boom was earth-shattering, spreading inch by inch in the void. It was like a ring of stars created by a planet explosion, annihilating everything. The 6 demon emperors' faces changed drastically. They hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be affected. That kind of power was too frightening. There was no way they could withstand it. The waves of the explosion swept across a radius of 10,000 meters, destroying everything. The flying-winged demon venerables had already flapped their wings and flew away. A figure flew out from the explosion and only stopped after flying a few thousand meters away. It was Qinzong. The frightening impact almost caused the sword in Qinzong's hand to fly out of his hand. The web between his thumb and forefinger felt like it had been torn apart, and he was in excruciating pain. He felt as if his arms had been broken into many pieces. His whole body was in pain. His qi and blood were surging, and his spiritual energy was dispersing. He was in a terrible state. However, Qinzong's expression did not change. It was as cold as iron in the deep sea. Under the tyrannical will, all the power in his body gathered in an orderly manner and was mobilized again. As the power spread, the tearing pain also subsided. On the other side, the huge figure also flew back a few hundred meters. The tyrannical power also made the demon flame general very uncomfortable. The huge demonic dragon under its feet flapped its wings desperately to stop the momentum of its retreat. The demon flame general was very surprised that this attack did not kill the human. With a shake of its spear, the spear light penetrated more than 10,000 meters and pierced toward Qinzong again. The flying bat demon venerables shot out blood-poison arrows again, and the 6 demon emperors rushed over with sabers in hand. Qinzong was once again surrounded by powerful enemies. If it were just the flying bat demon venerables and the 6 demon emperors, Qinzong would not be afraid. Even if they worked together, he would still be able to kill them with a single strike of his sword. However, the demon emperors standing on the back of the huge demonic dragon posed a significant threat to Qinzong. In particular, the 7 demon emperors worked together seamlessly, making it impossible for Qinzong to kill any one of them on his own. Even if he could not kill the 7 demon emperors, he could still target the flying-winged demon venerables. Qinzong evaded the combined attacks of the demon flame general and the 6 demon emperors and charged toward the flying bat demon venerables. Kill, kill, kill. He evaded the 7 demon emperors as he pursued the flying bat demon venerables. One flying bat demon venerables after another was slain by Qinzong. One flying winged demon venerables after another was also slain. They were all refined into blood beads and stored into his storage ring. The demon flame general was enraged. Every flying bat demon venerables was carefully selected by him. The death of even one was a great loss, not to mention that more than 10 of them had been killed. The enraged demon flame general immediately leaped from the back of the demonic dragon and charged toward Qinzong at the fastest speed possible. His spear pierced through the air like a shooting star. With a boom, the power was astonishing. Demon flames raged and burned everything in its path. The demon flame general's explosive speed was incomparably shocking. Qinzong could not compare, but in terms of agility, Qinzong was superior. He evaded and did not meet the demon flame general head-on. He took the opportunity to kill the flying winged demon venerables and the flying bat demon venerables on their backs. Kill, kill, kill. As he killed, He used the blood refinement technique to continuously refine blood beads and store them in his storage ring. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Chunzong was unwilling to use the Nirvana Evil Sword because it would consume his life force. Many things, once started, would be difficult to finish. When Ichinchio obtained the Nirvana Evil Sword, he used his life force in exchange for greater power. Although it was a choice out of anger and helplessness, it was also a temptation of greater power. Although Chunzong believed that his willpower was strong, he did not dare to try it lightly. After Chunzong killed 30 flying bat demon venerables and 30 flying wing demon venerables, the remaining 70 immediately retreated under the demon flame general's orders. It was a bit embarrassing, but it was better than losing their lives. Let's go. Making a prompt decision, Chunzong exploded with full speed and left immediately. The 7 demon emperors were extremely well-coordinated and powerful. They were not people that he could defeat at his current level. The longer he dragged on, the more his mind would be exhausted. When that time came, it would be difficult for him to use Sword of Heart, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Chase! There was no way the Demon Flame General would let this human escape. He immediately exploded with full speed and chased after him. The 6 demon emperors also exploded with full speed and chased after the Demon Flame General. The Demon Flame General was the strongest and the fastest. He quickly caught up to Chunzong and stabbed his spear through the void. Chunzong swung his sword to block. Using a clever technique, he borrowed the power of the Demon Flame General's spear to increase his speed. Once again, he pulled away from the Demon Flame General and fled. Chapter 1132. The 7th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Mere humans who aren't even emperors dare to come to the Earth Demon Abyss. You're digging your own grave. Kill them all. A group of demon experts surrounded the 3 humans at the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. The 3 humans were in a sorry state, and their auras were weak. They seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, but they still held their weapons tightly and relied on each other. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they stared at the surrounding demons. I suggest we don't kill them. Capture them alive and lock them up for our clansmen to see. That's right. Many of our clansmen haven't seen what a human chief looks like. In just a few words, the fate of these 3 human experts was decided. Every human clan expert who entered the Earth Demon Abyss had specially learned the demon clan's language. Therefore, they could clearly hear what the demons around them were saying. Kill! The 3 of them roared in unison as they unleashed what little power they had left to attack the surrounding devilish race cultivators. How humiliating it was to be captured alive and turned into animals for exhibition. Rather than that, they would rather die in battle. Killing 1 would break even. Killing 2 would make a profit. Struggling even when you're about to die. In human terms, this is called stubborn resistance. The group of demons had the situation under control. They weren't afraid of the 3 severely injured humans' counterattack at all. Instead, they mocked them. Unexpectedly, when the 3 humans approached them, they reversed their spiritual energy and poured it into their chakras, detonating their chakras. It was self-destruction. The self-destruction of 3 peak 9th level Heavenly Profound Realm experts was not weak at all. The terrifying power instantly destroyed the surroundings, covering a radius of several thousand meters. Some demon experts who couldn't react in time were instantly affected. Those who were in the center of the explosion didn't even have a corpse left. More than 10 of the dozens of demons died under the self-destruction of the 3 human experts. More than 10 were seriously injured. Although the others were still alive and unharmed, they were in a sorry state and were furious. The 3 humans didn't even have a corpse left. They had no place to vent their anger. The 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. A jade-white figure stood proudly in the sky, blocking the attacks coming from all directions. Then he struck out a palm. The palm seemed to be made of white jade. When the palm struck out, it grew in the wind and fell from the sky toward a demon emperor. It directly bombarded the demon emperor, causing him to fall like a meteor. Emperor Mingyu. Mingyu Emperor's strength was that of a mid-tier emperor. He was very powerful. When he used his cultivation technique, a jade-white color covered his entire body. His body had a shocking defense, and his battle strength was shocking. With the heaven-splitter Jindi in hand, the sky was sliced apart. It was terrifying to the extreme. With a single slash of the sword, dozens of demon cultivators were reduced to ashes. This kind of power was more than half of the mid-level demon emperors. In terms of defense, the bright Jade Emperor was very strong. In terms of offense, the heaven-crushing Jindi was even stronger. As for Maniac, with a saber in hand, he had killed many Devil Race experts, but he was currently being pursued by the Devil Emperor. Maniac was a newly ascended emperor. In terms of level, he was only a low-level fiend emperor. The 8th floor of the Earth Demon Abyss. Shenzong's figure streaked across the sky like a meteor. Behind him, a tall figure chased after him like a black meteor. Once again, he blasted out a violent spear, shattering the sky. With the power of this spear technique, whether it was the heaven-crushing Jindi or the Mingyu Emperor, who was known for his defense, they could not take it head-on. They would be defeated in an instant. However, the demonic flame general was incomparably furious. Every time he blasted out a spear, not only would it be blocked by the other party, but it would also be borrowed to accelerate the other party and increase the distance between them again. However, if he did not use his spear, even if he caught up to the other party, he could not stop him. The demonic flame general was very strong. The power of every spear was very terrifying. However, in terms of technique and application of power, he could not compare to Shenzong, who had mastered the Sword of Heart. As he fled, Shenzong smiled bitterly to himself. If not for the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword being affected by the Kanglan world's power of law, preventing him from fully unleashing its power, he could have killed the demonic flame general with just one slash. Shenzong was extremely fast and constantly borrowing power. Other than the demonic flame general, the other demon emperors could not catch up at all. The distance between them grew larger and larger. The sky in front seemed to be even darker. It was filled with an eerie aura that made one's heart palpitate. "Human, stop!" the demonic flame general suddenly roared. Shenzong ignored him. Even if he stopped, he could not defeat the demonic flame general. His figure flew across the sky like a meteor. In the next breath, as if there were layers of water ripples, his figure seemed to be swallowed and gradually disappeared in front of the demonic flame general's eyes. The demonic flame general's figure paused and rushed out with an extremely violent airflow. However, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. It spread out 10 meters in front of him and disappeared. The demonic flame general stared ahead, his expression extremely solemn. Not long after, the 6 demon emperors rushed over. "General." The 6 demon emperors saluted in unison. "General, where is the human?" a mid-level demon emperor asked. "Forbidden area," the demonic flame general answered very simply. "Forbidden area?" The 6 demon emperors were startled at first. Then, they looked ahead carefully and saw a huge black stone tablet below. Their expressions changed drastically. "Devouring Devil Forbidden Area." The 6 demon emperors trembled in unison. A chill spread from the deepest part of their bodies. In the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, in addition to the demonic flame country and various tribes, there were many dangerous places and extremely dangerous forbidden areas where demons lived. Among them, the Devouring Devil Forbidden Area was the one that made many demon clan experts tremble in fear. The demonic flame general did not know how dangerous the Devouring Devil Forbidden Area was. The 6 demon emperors under him did not know either. However, its fierce reputation had been passed down for countless years. According to the known records, the previous lord of the demonic flame country had led 10 high-level demon emperors into the forbidden area to explore. In the end, only the previous lord of the demonic flame country had survived the devouring devil forbidden area. He was severely injured and his mind was greatly affected. It was caused by the damage to his soul. After the previous lord of the demonic flame country returned to the demonic flame country, he left a message that the devouring devil-forbidden area was not to be entered. Because of the damage to his soul, he could not be healed and died. That was how the current lord of the demonic flame country came into existence. Otherwise, with the lifespan and powerful strength of the demon clan, it would not be so easy to give up the position. When his body came into contact with a layer of invisible force, Chunzong felt something was wrong. What was worse was that he did not feel it even with his super strong perception. Even if he was being chased by a strong enemy and could not focus on perception, he should have felt something. Unbelievable. Moreover, the moment his body came into contact with the invisible force, he felt as if he was grabbed by an invisible arm. He could not resist at all and was dragged into it. It was as if he was passing through the void. Then his body fell. Chunzong hurriedly stabilized his body, but found that he could not fly here, as if he was restricted by a mysterious force. Immediately, Chunzong was even more shocked to find that the 8 spiritual wheels in his body seemed to be sealed by some force. He could not move at all, and all his spiritual energy was withdrawn. In other words, Chunzong's chi cultivation was sealed and could not be used. Fortunately, his body refining cultivation was not affected. Therefore, when he fell from a height of hundreds of meters, Chunzong landed safely with his body refining cultivation. He was not injured at all, and even his chi and blood did not suffer any shock. This was a barren land. At a glance, there was no end in sight. The sky was blood-red and gloomy. It felt heavier than the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, making it difficult to breathe. Although he did not see anything, there was always a faint sense of danger lingering in his heart. In other words, there were many dangers lurking in this place, enough to threaten his life. It was just that they had not appeared yet. Not knowing where he was, Chunzong was vigilant of his surroundings while checking himself. His chi cultivation was sealed and could not be used. The Crimson Flame Sharp Sword was also affected. It was sealed in his body and could not be called out. This meant that Chunzong had lost a powerful trump card. The power contained in the Cold Sharp Sword was also sealed, but it could still be used. It could only be used as an ordinary sword and could not increase its power. In short, everything that had to do with chi cultivation had been sealed. After losing his chi cultivation and the Crimson Flame Sharp Sword, Chunzong's strength had decreased significantly. Some things that could not be considered a threat in the past were now. Whether it was dangerous or not, everything was relative. Fortunately, he still had his spiritual sense, which was still strong and unaffected. His body refining cultivation was also not affected in the slightest. In this unknown place, he was not completely powerless. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong only felt a cold aura enter his body, as if a cold current poured into his lungs and swept through his body. This cold aura seemed to carry a trace of a fishy smell. Sweeping his gaze, he looked ahead. He could not see anything else, only an endless barren land. The ground was black, so black that it made one's heart palpitate. It contrasted with the blood-red sky, like a bloody purgatory. The cold sharp sword hung on the left side of his waist. Striding forward, Chunzong kept moving forward. Walking on the black barren land, Chunzong could feel through the touch of his feet that the ground was very hard, many times harder than refined steel. The cold sharp sword was unsheathed, and with a flash of sword light, it slashed across the ground. There seemed to be sparks sputtering. The sword had been sheathed, but it left a sword mark more than a meter long and about an inch deep on the ground. The cold sharp sword was a 4th-grade spirit weapon. Even though its internal power was suppressed by the mysterious power here and could not be used, the sword itself was made of amazing materials. It cut through refined steel like tearing a piece of paper and only left a sword mark of about an inch on the ground. Although Chunzong did not use much power, it showed that the ground was amazingly hard. It was more than twice as hard as the ground on the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. This made Chunzong even more vigilant. The more mysterious a place was, the more vigilant it was, because there were unpredictable dangers lurking here. He did not know how long he had been walking. There was always a barren land in front of him with no end in sight. After a long time, it would make one impatient. Suddenly, ripples spread out like water, and one by one, heads appeared from the center of the ripples. Chunzong paused, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Demonic creatures. As if they had descended from the void, these demonic creatures' heads were like demonic wolves, but they were covered with barbs and looked even more ferocious. Moreover, each head was 1 meter long, very huge. When the giant wolf that Chunzong thought was a demonic creature appeared, its huge body was even more shocking. Chapter 1133. There were a total of 13 strange wolves with scarlet light radiating from their chests. Each of them was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Chunzong felt that this aura was unfamiliar, but also somewhat familiar, as if he had felt it somewhere before. Without giving Chunzong much time to think, the 13 huge wolves exerted their strength on their forelimbs. Their huge wolf claws burst forth with an astonishing power, shattering the extremely hard ground. The powerful recoil caused the wind to howl. The 13 huge wolves suddenly leaped high into the air. Their wolf claws tore through the sky like lightning, approaching with an extremely evil aura of destruction. Kill! As soon as the 13 wolves moved, Chunzong felt a chill run down his spine. Moreover, the 13 wolves gave Chunzong the feeling that they had extraordinary intelligence. They attacked in an instant, extremely violent, and joined forces to form an encirclement, just like the cooperation of an army. Chunzong always felt that it was very strange to see such military-like cooperation appear in the bodies of monsters. The demons of the Earth Demon Abyss should not be able to do this. As the 13 wolves attacked, Chunzong's eyes focused, and the cold edge sword shot out from the scabbard, the sword light filling the sky. Ultimate Severance. As soon as the sword was drawn, it was a self-created body-refining martial art, and its power was overwhelming. As soon as the sword was drawn, Chunzong immediately felt that the space here was different from the outside world. It was more stable and tenacious, and the sword mark brought by the tyrannical sword disappeared in an instant. As the sword slashed, the neck of a giant wolf was cut. Chunzong felt a great resistance, and when the sword was halfway in, the sword was stuck. Very strong. The body of the giant wolf was very strong, far stronger than that of the demons. This was definitely not an ordinary demon, or it could be said that it was not of the same race as the demons of the Earth Demon Abyss. The dragon power erupted again, and the cold edge sword continued to fall, cutting off the giant wolf's neck. The moment the giant wolf's head was cut off, its sharp claws viciously clawed at Chunzong. If he was hit, even with Chunzong's strong physique, he would not be able to withstand it, and would probably be torn apart. In this crisis, Chunzong dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. His body was like a feather in the wind, causing the giant wolf's dying counterattack to fail. With the death of one giant wolf, the alliance of 13 giant wolves was immediately broken. However, the other 12 giant wolves once again formed an alliance. Their reaction was so fast that Chunzong was shocked. It was as if he was facing a well-trained army. Moreover, each of the giant wolves was very powerful, comparable to an ordinary high Ninth Order Devil Clan member. Fortunately, although Chunzong's chi cultivation was sealed, his body cultivation was at the late stage of Dragon Power Level 8, so he was not weak. In addition, with his powerful spiritual sense, he could quickly capture all the movements of the strong enemy and control himself better, so he could dodge and counterattack. Chunzong was like a cloud, constantly shifting between the 12 giant wolves. He dodged the claws of the 12 giant wolves, waiting for an opportunity to strike with the cold-edged sword. Ultimate Decapitation. His self-created body refinement martial art only consisted of one move, or even one sword. However, as Chunzong executed it time and time again, this sword had evolved into more variations. He could now attack from various angles and was even more nimble. Not long after, the 12 giant wolves were killed one after another. These 13 giant wolves did not have blood, so the blood refining technique was useless. However, Chunzong was very curious about their bodies, especially the light source in their chests. Although they were killed, there was still a scarlet light in their chests, but it was not as dazzling as when they were alive. As time passed, it was fading little by little. Wielding the sword, the bodies of the dead giant wolves did not seem to be as hard as before. Their chests were easily cut open by the sword. With a flick of the sword, the light source flew out. It was a scarlet crystal the size of a fist, shaped like a heart. It was constantly emitting scarlet light. Chunzong could feel that the scarlet light was an inexplicable fluctuation of power. As the light was emitted, the light source dimmed little by little. At this rate, the power contained in the scarlet crystal would dissipate in about 15 minutes, and it would be completely ineffective. Seal. Chunzong grasped in the air with one hand and condensed a seal. This was a small trick that was usually not very useful, but it was good to seal some auras. 12 of the 13 scarlet crystals were immediately sealed, and no more auras leaked out. As for the one that did not seal its aura, Chunzong began to study it. Immediately, Chunzong tried to absorb some of the aura into his body to see if he could refine it and use it to improve his body refining cultivation. As soon as the aura entered his body, it exploded, and it was full of invasiveness and wanted to destroy Chunzong's body. Chunzong immediately mobilized his dragon power to resist it. He felt that his dragon power was corroded as soon as it came into contact with the aura. What kind of power is this? Chunzong was secretly shocked. This kind of power was even more terrifying than the devil power possessed by the devil clan. It was astonishingly aggressive and ferocious. However, if he did not absorb this kind of power into his body, he would not be affected. Maybe it was because the power was not strong enough to invade his body, or maybe it was because Chunzong was strong enough. If he were an ordinary person or a person with a weaker cultivation, he would have been corroded by the power. There were too many possibilities. Without trying it out, Chunzong would not jump to conclusions. The power that Chunzong absorbed into his body was not much, but it was astonishingly corrosive. It immediately corroded a trace of dragon power, causing a qualitative change. It was completely out of Chunzong's control. Instead, it affected and corroded other dragon power, changing the nature of Chunzong's power. It even affected Chunzong himself. Chunzong did not know what would happen in the end, but he could not try it out. The purple cloud black star flame rolled up and immediately enveloped and burned the corroded dragon power. The purifying power contained in the flame burned the part of the corroded dragon power that was unfavorable to Chunzong. The remaining trace surprised Chunzong, and it caused some changes in the dragon power. Pure. The trace of dragon power became purer. Although it was very subtle, Chunzong's perception was very sharp. He could really distinguish it. Could it be that the aura of this scarlet crystal can help me purify my dragon power? Chunzong was very excited. His dragon power was cultivated by the True Flame's body refining technique. Without the purple cloud black star flame, his dragon power was hot enough to be comparable to ordinary flames. However, the True Flame's body refining technique was only a low-class spiritual level body refining technique. The dragon power cultivated by it was naturally more ordinary. However, because Chunzong had the purple cloud black star flame, under the refinement of the purple cloud black star flame, his dragon power was purer and could be compared with the dragon power cultivated by mid-class spiritual level body refining technique. However, Chunzong had not obtained a more advanced body refining technique, and the purity of his dragon power could not be improved. He did not expect to see the hope of making it pure here. Originally, Chunzong was worried that he would not be able to improve his strength. Now, it seemed that this worry could be temporarily put aside. After temporarily sealing this scarlet crystal, Chunzong immediately took out a large number of blood pearls to refine and absorb. These blood pearls came from the Demon Clan powerhouses in the tribe, and also from the Demon Clan powerhouses on the backs of the 30 winged demons and the demon clan powerhouses on their backs. The power of each blood pearl was more than twice that of an ordinary demon clan powerhouse. Refining, 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 refining all of them. His chi and blood were constantly strengthening, and his dragon power was also increasing. His bones, muscles, and organs were also being nourished. Peak level 8 Dragon Power Realm. His body refining technique broke through again. He exhaled a breath, and like a spear, it pierced through the sky and blasted 100 meters away, breaking the hard ground a little. This power was very terrifying. It was enough to shatter a 10,000-kilogram boulder. After refining all of the blood pearls, Chunzong did not know if he could find other blood pearls to improve his body refining technique in this unknown place. Regardless of whether it was possible or not, he had another way to improve his body refining technique for now. After unsealing the first scarlet crystal, Chunzong took the initiative to absorb the power emitted from it into his body. The purplish cloud black star flame swept over and instantly burned the corrosive part of the invasive power. Only the purest part was left, which was integrated into the dragon power and flowed through his body along with the dragon power. The dragon power was being purified bit by bit. Soon, Chunzong completely absorbed and refined the scarlet crystal. The purity of the dragon power in his body increased. Refining the second one, refining the third one, Chunzong stayed where he was and refined the scarlet crystals one by one. When he had completely refined and absorbed the power of the 13 scarlet crystals, the purity of his dragon power increased by 30%. In other words, Chunzong's dragon power outburst power increased by 30%. Feeling the increase in the power of the dragon power in his body and his physique being nourished and strengthened, Chunzong could not help but smile. He was also at the peak of dragon power level 8, but the power of his dragon power and the strength of his physique were both increased by 30%. His strength was even more powerful. Chunzong was looking forward to this unknown place where he could feel many hidden dangers. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong took another step forward and continued to move forward. He still could not see the end and did not know where he would end up. But now he could only keep going. As he walked, suddenly, the ground below him seemed to turn illusory. Sword-like spines protruded out and slid past him like fish. It was like a boat riding the wind and waves, creating endless ripples. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. It was ferocious and was many times stronger than the giant wolf that he had just killed. Chunzong was horrified and reacted extremely quickly. He quickly unleashed his dragon power and soared hundreds of meters into the sky, narrowly avoiding the spines below. It was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. That aura was much stronger than the high-level demon emperor of the demon clan that had chased after him before. Chunzong even felt that if his body was touched by the spines, the tyrannical physique that he was proud of would be defeated in an instant, and he would die an unnatural death. Like an illusion, in just a short time, the huge spines of the spines passed through the ground and disappeared. The ground also returned to its original state, as if the previous scene was just an illusion. But Chunzong was sure that it was not an illusion, but he could not tell the reason. Such an experience immediately made Chunzong more careful. He further condensed his powerful spiritual sense so that he could better detect abnormalities. Chapter 1134. Once again, the fifth update. Looking for monthly votes and subscriptions. The devil-devouring Forbidden Land. In the palace hall of the Devil Flame Kingdom's capital, the Devil Flame King fell silent after hearing the Devil Flame General's report. The ministers and generals were shocked at first, but then they fell silent with fear in their eyes. The devil-devouring Forbidden Land was a name given by the Devil Clan. It meant that no Devil Clan monster could leave alive as if they had been devoured. Since that human has entered the devil-devouring Forbidden Land, he's dead for sure. There's no need to worry. An advanced Devil Emperor broke the silence with a cold smile. The Devil Flame King agreed with this point. After all, The devil-devouring forbidden land was the most terrifying place on the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. No, it should be said that it was the most terrifying forbidden land in the entire Earth Demon Abyss. There was once a devil emperor who claimed to be the strongest in the 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss who did not believe in heresy and wanted to enter to explore. In the end, he never came out again, and the soul flame he left behind was extinguished. The extinguishing of the soul light represented the death of the body and the disappearance of the Tao. The terror of the devil-devouring forbidden land spread throughout the 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. It was impossible for a mere human, whose strength was even weaker than the Devil Flame General, to survive in the devil-devouring forbidden land. With every step it took, there was the sound of metal clashing. Its long arm blades flashed with a scarlet luster and were filled with an astonishing aura. From its appearance, it looked somewhat similar to a demonized praying mantis, but it was more than 10 meters tall, and its arm blades were 6 meters long. On its huge and muscular body, there were pieces of palm-sized black armor embedded, forming a set of armor that covered its entire body. Its chest was illuminated by a scarlet light. The scarlet light was very dazzling, as if there was a small red sun hidden in its body. It was even more dazzling than the giant wolf Chunzong had killed before. The aura emanating from this monster was also much stronger than any of the giant wolves. A strong opponent. Chunzong stared at the giant mantis-like monster with a solemn expression. The mantis monster moved with its bent legs, approaching Chunzong step by step. Its aura grew stronger and stronger, and its scarlet eyes were filled with a cold and merciless light as it stared at Chunzong. Being stared at like that, Chunzong felt chills all over his body, as if he had become a prey. If one's mind was not strong enough, when faced with such a terrifying cold and evil gaze, one's mind would collapse and go crazy. However, Chunzong's willpower had been tempered by countless life-and-death situations, and his mind was very strong. He was not afraid of this kind of gaze, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. Terrifying. The monster in front of him was extremely terrifying. If he could use his Chi disciple cultivation, then it would be fine. If he could use the scarlet flame flowing edge sword, then the monster in front of him was nothing to worry about. The problem was that at this moment, he could only use his body refinement strength. Just as the thought flashed through Chunzong's mind, the black, blade-like wings on the back of the monstrous mantis suddenly trembled. In an instant, the wings vibrated thousands of times and erupted with astonishing power. They bombarded the air and propelled its body forward at an astonishing speed. It streaked across the sky like lightning, crossing thousands of meters in an instant as it approached Chunzong. A black light spread out, as if it was formed by countless monstrous mantis figures. A 6-meter-long arm blade was raised high, glowing with an extremely cold luster. It cut through the void and slashed down with incomparable ferocity. The two swords struck out at the same time. It looked like a simple and direct slash, but it was actually a technique that reduced complexity to simplicity. It was a killing technique that had been perfected after countless killings. There was no elegance, only ruthlessness. It did not waste a single bit of power, and every bit of power was brought to the extreme. Chunzong felt that he was not facing a monster, but a saber master who had studied the saber technique with 2 sabers for many years. The mystery contained in these 2 sabers was very amazing. It was a pure saber of slaughter, a saber technique that was only born for killing. Even so, Chunzong was not afraid at all. With the help of the heart sword manipulation and his strong soul sense, Chunzong completely captured and grasped the trajectory of the 2 sabers of the monster mantis. The cold edge sword shot out from the scabbard like an aurora and cut across the sky. The extremely ingenious sword technique suddenly shook off the 2 sabers that were chopping down fiercely. With the help of the recoil, the sword bounced up high and fiercely chopped at the monster mantis's chest. At the moment when the sword and the 2 sabers collided, Chunzong could feel a terrible force hitting the sword. The force was even stronger than his. If he had not gradually understood and familiarized himself with the heart sword manipulation and could control the sword at will, he would not have been able to block the attack of the two sabers. In the face of Chunzong's sword, the monster mantis reacted extremely quickly. It waved its armed saber and immediately blocked the sword. The other armed saber also mercilessly chopped at Chunzong, as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. The amazing pressure of the saber arrived first. The hard ground behind Chunzong was directly torn open with a saber mark that was more than 10 meters long. Chunzong felt as if the saber was going to cut him open and tear his body apart. He exerted strength in his legs and twisted his body. The saber edge was close to his face. The cold edge sword trembled and released thousands of rays of sword light. It was like a rainstorm falling from the sky, drowning the monster mantis's body. The sound of the sword light falling on the monster mantis's body was constantly heard. The monster mantis's armor was very hard. Chunzong found that even the sharpness of the cold edge sword could not do anything to it. It was like the sound of metal clashing. The dragon power surged and poured into the sword. The sword was covered in a misty light and struck down again. However, Chunzong was surprised to find that such a powerful force could not completely break the monster mantis's armor. It only left some sore marks. This kind of defensive power was so amazing that it made people feel desperate. The two sabers rolled up a terrible storm of blades. It swept and twisted wildly, like a storm that could destroy the world and tear the world into pieces. The sudden eruption caused Chunzong to be horrified, and his figure immediately flew back. His footsteps were incomparably nimble, like drifting clouds or butterflies in a flurry. Using the heart to control the sword. He was controlling the sword, but he was also controlling the person. For a superior swordsman, there was no distinction between the person and the sword. The person was the sword, and the sword was the person. In fact, when one went through the two realms of using the sword to control the person and using the person to control the sword, it was also the process of becoming one with the sword and the heart with the sword. It was so dangerous that he felt as if he was going to be torn apart. Chunzong's eyes were bright. He focused his gaze and saw through the flaws in the storm of blades. However, the might of this blade storm was extremely tyrannical and ferocious, and it seemed as if it could mince everything into powder. Chunzong didn't make a move right away, and he retreated step by step instead while maintaining a certain distance. Strike! The cold edge sword tore the sky like lightning and pierced through the void. Cutting extremity. After Chunzong created the extreme severing body refinement martial art, it was constantly perfected. Now, after comprehending the heart sword manipulation, it was no longer restricted to moves. It could be used at will, from any angle, and with any move. Cutting. Stab. He could exert its power to the extreme. One strike, like lightning, broke the limit. The terrible storm of blades paused, like a mirror that was hit. It cracked and collapsed inch by inch. True flame? Cutting extremity. With a low shout, the purple cloud black star flame surged out of his body and covered the cold-edged sword. In the past, Chunzong only used the dragon power to perform cutting extremity. However, it was not enough to deal with the monster in front of him. He could only use the purple cloud black star flame and the dragon power, which was the more powerful purple flame dragon power. Not only was the purple flame dragon power more powerful, but the purple cloud black star flame itself carried a terrible temperature. Its power was amazing. This strike had surpassed the level of a mortal level body, refining martial technique, and reached the level of a spiritual level body, refining martial technique. Its power was many times more powerful. With a boom, the monster mantis arm blade was directly broken. The sword light went straight in, tore apart the tough armor on the monster mantis, and penetrated its body like a hot knife through butter. When it was released, it was like a thunderbolt. When it was retracted, it was like the condensed light of the river. Even though it was an extremely fierce strike, it still had a natural beauty. The tip of the sword flicked cutting the veins on the edge of the scarlet crystal. It flew out and fell into Chunzong's hand. After losing the scarlet crystal, the monster mantis's eyes dimmed. Its powerful aura also faded away. It fell to the ground and died. Seeing this powerful monster fall to the ground and die, Chunzong breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was quite dangerous. However, the power contained in the scarlet crystal in his hand was much stronger than any of the 13 giant wolves. It was several times stronger. He believed that after absorbing and refining the power of this scarlet crystal, his dragon power could be further purified, and his body would become more powerful. Familiar with the process, Chunzong constantly absorbed the power of the scarlet crystal. The purple cloud black star flame burned fiercely, destroying the corrosive part that was harmful to him. The purest part was quickly integrated into the dragon power, increasing the dragon power from its essence. It then nourished his bones, muscles, organs, and skin, and strengthened his body. When the scarlet crystal was completely absorbed, Chunzong could feel that his dragon power had been purified by about 10%. His body was gradually strengthened under the nourishment of the dragon power. His bones were getting stronger, his organs were getting stronger, and his skin was getting tougher. It was as if he was evolving. With a swing of his sword, he directly cut off the monster mantis's arms from the joints and took a pair of 6-meter-long blades. Chunzong had seen and experienced the power of this pair of blades with his own eyes. The True Flame's ultimate slash, just now, could not damage it at all. However, its hardness was not ordinary and was quite valuable even in the Lingwu holy world. If it was valuable, Chunzong would naturally take it. Where is this place? Chunzong looked into the distance, but it was still a black wasteland. He could not see the end of it, nor could he see any other scenery. However, whether it was the giant wolves he first met, or the terrifying sword spine he later encountered, or the monster mantis he just killed, Chunzong felt that it was not normal. It felt very different from the Earth Demon Abyss. Chunzong could not help but wonder where he was. Or the Earth Demon Abyss. Or was it not the Earth Demon Abyss? He was completely confused and felt like a headless fly. He did not know where to go and could only keep moving forward. If he continued to move forward, would he continue to encounter monsters? Or would he leave this place? Chapter 1135. Swipe your cards and get in the car. The 6th Dao is going to race. A dark space crack, like an unknown giant beast, suddenly opened its mouth, swallowing everything. If he hadn't been vigilant enough and his perception was strong enough, he would have been affected by the space crack and instantly killed. Looking at the pitch-black crack that was rapidly healing a few hundred meters away, Chunzong's face turned pale. His hair stood on end, and he felt a lingering fear. Almost just a little bit. If his soul hadn't been liquefied and his spiritual sense hadn't been transformed, his perception would have been sharper. If he hadn't comprehended the realm of sword manipulation with the heart, his control of his body had exceeded the limit, and the moment the space crack appeared, he would have been affected by the space crack. The aura emitted by the space crack, even hundreds of meters away, made Chunzong feel horrified. Even the high-level demon emperor who had chased him before couldn't give him such a feeling. The difference was too big. Chunzong was 100% sure that if the high-level demon emperor who had chased him before had entered here, without his ability, he would have died in a short time. Danger zone. This was a terrifying danger zone. In order to survive here, one must have a strong physique and body refining strength, as well as super perception and spiritual sense. Not a single one could be missing. Even some luck was required. Chunzong didn't know how long it had been since he entered here. To be able to survive, in addition to his own extraordinary ability, there was also a bit of luck involved. As for whether he could leave here alive, Chunzong actually didn't know. However, if it really came to that point, perhaps he could only use the last move, which was to use the Heartsword Seal. The power of the Heartsword Seal had been completely restored by a large number of spirit stones. If he used the power of the Heartsword Seal, he might be able to tear the void and leave this place, but he would return to the Lingwu holy world. Shenzong knew that the Heart Sword seal belonged to the Heart Sword Saint. When he entered the Lingwu holy world, the message sent to him was also very clear. It was enough for him to go back and forth once. In other words, if he used the Heart Sword seal to return to the Lingwu sacred world, he would not be able to use the Heart Sword seal to return to the Deep Sea world. Shenzong was unwilling to leave just like that because all the grudges and grievances in the Blue Billow world had yet to be settled. He also couldn't let go of it. It would become a kind of obsession that would ultimately affect his cultivation. Shenzong stepped forward only after the space crack had completely healed and he could no longer sense any danger. However, he did not dare to move as fast as before. Sometimes, if he moved too fast, it would be difficult to avoid sudden dangers. As he walked, Shenzong saw a broken arm, which had become shriveled. Even so, Shenzong recognized that it was a demon's arm. Clearly, it was left behind by the demons who had entered this place before, who knew what kind of danger they had encountered, but only one arm was left behind. It had been too long, and it had already withered. Shenzong immediately took off the black ring on one of his fingers. Storage ring. This storage ring was ownerless. After Shenzong recognized it as its owner, he quickly checked it. There were many things inside. There were many magic medicines, many magic metals, and so on. Shenzong could not name many of them, but he could feel that they were extraordinary. However, he did not know why these things had lost most of their medicinal properties and spirituality, as if they had been decayed by time. Shenzong took out a black scroll. The scroll was made from the skin of a powerful demonic dragon and was extremely tough. He opened the scroll. On it were densely packed demon characters. Fortunately, Shenzong had studied it before. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to understand it. Even so, he could only roughly understand it and could not fully understand it. This was not a cultivation method of the demon race, nor was it a martial art of the demon race. It had nothing to do with this place. However, Shenzong felt excited because the information recorded on it was related to this place. Devouring Devil, Forbidden Land. Shenzong could understand these 4 words. After reading the whole thing, the demon who wrote these words claimed to be the first demon emperor of the 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. He was the strongest, most knowledgeable, and most powerful. After hearing of the Devouring Devil Forbidden Land's reputation, he did not believe in heresy and wanted to explore it personally to uncover its mysteries. Shenzong read it intermittently. Half of it was from the information, and the other half was his own conjecture based on the situation. It was not far from the truth. The knowledge of the first demon emperor of the Earth Demon Abyss was indeed extraordinary. After all, he had lived for a very long time, 7,000 or 8,000 years. In his early years, he was aggressive and defeated the invincible 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. He swept through the last 3 levels of the Earth Demon Abyss. No one could beat him. After that, he seemed to have changed his temperament and specialized in other things. It was because of the mystery of the Devouring Devil Forbidden Land that he was attracted to it and finally entered. He was knowledgeable and knew more. Naturally, he could know more. Even if there were things he did not understand, he could find clues from his rich knowledge and deduce them. Therefore, according to the information recorded by the first demon emperor of the 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, the Devouring Devil Forbidden Land should belong to the edge of the Earth Demon Abyss. He even drew a simple pattern on the scroll. A circle represented the Earth Demon Abyss, and next to this circle, there was a semicircle connected to it. This semicircle was the Devouring Devil Forbidden Land. Perhaps because it was not stable enough, or perhaps because of other reasons, the rules of the Devouring Devil Forbidden Land were different from the Earth Demon Abyss. Here, the power of the body would be suppressed, and only the power of the body could be used. Moreover, the space here was very solid, but also very unstable. Space cracks could appear anywhere at any time. It was very scary. Space ripples would also appear, and those space ripples were like passageways or portals. Moreover, some monsters in the universe would also enter the Devouring Devil Forbidden Land through the space ripples, as if they were lost. The first demon emperor combined the various ancient books he had read in the past, and from the few words he had seen in them, he could not be sure of the identity of these monsters, void demons. Void demons were monsters that lived in the void of the universe. There was a lot of information recorded in the densely packed text, but Qinzong could only understand half of it. He could only deduce the other half. Even so, the information on the scroll shocked Qinzong. Those monsters were actually demons from the void of the universe. Qinzong could not help but think of the void of the universe he had seen before. The monsters in the void were extremely huge. Could they also be void demons? Qinzong did not know whether they were or not. After all, he still did not have enough knowledge. However, the information recorded in the scroll did bring him some help. At least, he knew where he was and what those monsters were. In the scroll, the first demon emperor also mentioned the scarlet crystal in the monster's body, which seemed to be the origin of the void demons. It was similar to the heart, and he called it the demon heart. The first demon emperor also speculated that if the terrible corrosive power in the demon heart was removed, leaving only the most original part, there would be great benefits. However, he did not have the ability to realize it, so he could only speculate. However, Qinzong had already confirmed it. Finally, the first demon emperor also wrote a way to leave the devouring devil forbidden land on the scroll. Or rather, it was not a way, but just his speculation. It was based on luck. If he was lucky, he would encounter space ripples that happened to lead to the Earth Demon Abyss, and he could return to the Earth Demon Abyss again. However, the probability of this was too low. Moreover, it was just speculation. Speculation. Qinzong closed the scroll, put it into the storage ring, and took a deep breath. He had to admit that the first demon emperor's knowledge was indeed amazing. At least, it was not something he could compare with. Perhaps there was some truth to his speculation. As for whether it was true, it would depend on his luck. The devouring devil forbidden land. Demon of the void. Qinzong repeated again, his eyes flashing. When he did not know, everything was blank. Now that he knew, it was as if he had a goal, and he was no longer so blank. Hopefully, I can encounter space ripples that lead to the Earth Demon Abyss, Qinzong muttered again, and continued to move forward. From the outside, the Kanglan world was actually a hole, and the Earth Demon Abyss was like a vertebral body connected to the Kanglan world below. As for the devouring devil forbidden land, it was indeed attached to the 8th segment of the vertebral body, which was the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. It existed like a bubble. This bubble was slowly fluctuating, and it seemed to be very unstable. It was precisely because of this that the internal space was changeable, and space ripples and space cracks would appear. The void of the universe was vast and boundless. Some monsters were wandering around the bubble. Immediately, the ripples appeared, and some monsters unconsciously entered it, disappearing into the void of the universe. Qinzong stopped and stared ahead. He saw layers of ripples appearing out of nowhere, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, rippling outwards. Then, a huge monster slowly emerged, as if it had emerged from the bottom of the water. This monster was 10 meters tall, but its shoulder width reached an astonishing 7 meters. It was extremely huge, and its bald head was covered with black veins, which were entrenched like pythons. It was very ferocious. Its single eye was huge, and it glowed with scarlet light. Its entire body was covered with muscles, which looked like the muscles of a devil. It was extremely terrifying, and its shoulders were extremely broad, as if it could carry a mountain. Its chest bulged, and an astonishing red light spread out. It was very dazzling, and it was even stronger than the mantis demon that Qinzong had killed before. This meant that the void demon that had just appeared was even stronger than the mantis demon that had just appeared. On one hand, Qinzong was shocked, but on the other hand, he was excited. A strong opponent would indeed make his blood boil. Putting aside all other factors, Qinzong liked to fight with strong opponents. It was not only a wonderful feeling, but could also further stimulate his potential, allowing him to gradually improve. This void demon that looked like a one-eyed giant had a body as strong as a mountain, and its appearance was ferocious and terrifying. Ordinary people would be scared to death if they saw it. Its single scarlet eye suddenly fell on Chunzong, and Chunzong's figure was reflected in it. Immediately, it opened its mouth and roared, its sharp teeth crisscrossing, and the roar made an astonishing sound of air exploding. Chapter 11:36. Boom! Like a falling star, Chunzong was unable to breathe due to the pressure. The huge mace seemed to cover the sky like a collapsing mountain. The pure power of the attack seemed to be able to sink an island. Dragon power surged into his feet and exploded in an instant. Chunzong's body moved quickly, as if he was teleporting and moving swiftly like a floating cloud. With a loud bang, the mace ruthlessly smashed into the ground where Chunzong had been standing. The hard ground was as fragile as tofu and instantly shattered. The terrifying impact, with the mace as the epicenter, shattered inch by inch, continuously collapsing. In the blink of an eye, a huge pit of more than 30 meters was formed with the mace as the center. If they were in the outside world, this huge pit would be dozens of times larger. Chunzong's eyelids trembled slightly, and his face became serious. If that attack had hit him, he would have been smashed to pieces. Chunzong seized the opportunity when the one-eyed giant's attack missed. His body flashed, and he slashed out with his sword. True flame slash. The strength of this one-eyed giant demon was extremely terrifying. Chunzong used his strongest move in an attempt to kill it. The one-eyed giant's body was huge and somewhat bloated. It was very powerful, but it was not agile enough. It had no time to wave its mace to block Chunzong's sword. At the critical moment, the one-eyed giant's scarlet eye suddenly lit up, and a red light, as thick as a bowl, shot out. The red light carried a terrible and violent power, and it mercilessly bombarded Chunzong. Chunzong turned his sword and slashed at the red light with great agility. With a boom, Chunzong only felt a terrible force colliding with his sword, and a shocking shock wave burst out, raging in all directions. His body unconsciously flew back. The sword trembled, and the sound of the sword was sharp and shrill. The one-eyed giant waved its mace again and smashed it at Chunzong. There was no need for any technique or technique. The incomparably heavy mace directly smashed down, and it possessed an extremely terrifying power. It was as if a single strike could defeat 10 strikes. Chunzong didn't dare to take the attack head-on. He dodged again and swung his sword. The Cyclops' single eye shone with red light again. The red light moved extremely fast. Even though Chunzong reacted quickly, he could only wave his sword to defend himself. The one-eyed giant evil spirit was extremely powerful, but it was not as agile as Chunzong. However, with the help of its red light, it could prevent Chunzong from getting close to it. The red light shot out again and again. It was so fast that Chunzong could only block it with his sword. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. He felt the weight in his hand lighten, and the cold edge sword broke in half. This scene shocked Chunzong. The cold-edged sword was made of extraordinary materials and was extremely tough. Yet, it was actually broken. Seeing that Chunzong's sword was broken, the one-eyed giant swung its club at him again. It was so terrifying that Chunzong had to dodge it again. Facing such a powerful monster and losing his weapon, there was no way he could fight it at close range. As expected, the one-eyed giant's single eye shone with a scarlet light again. With a thought, a long sword appeared in Chunzong's hand. It was completely black and emitted waves of evil energy. The Nirvana Evil Sword. There was more than one sword in Chunzong's storage ring, but other than the Nirvana Evil Sword, none of them were as good as the Cold-Edged Sword. If even the Cold-Edged Sword was broken, any other sword would be broken as well. Only the Nirvana Evil Sword had a chance of not being broken. As for the Nirvana Evil Sword's ability to devour life force in exchange for power, it didn't matter if he didn't use it. All he needed was the material of the Nirvana Evil Sword. The Evil Sword shook and slashed at the red light. It was unstoppable. The powerful red light was split open by the Evil Sword. This feeling gave Chunzong the illusion that the red light was fake. It was as weak as a piece of paper and was easily torn apart by the Nirvana Evil Sword. The one-eyed giant clearly had some intelligence. Seeing that the red light in its eye that it was so proud of was easily split open by the sword, the giant eye revealed a human-like shock. Although Chinzong was surprised, he didn't hesitate. He took a step forward and closed in on the one-eyed giant. He swung his sword. Rip! The one-eyed giant's tough skin was directly torn apart by the Nirvana evil sword. In the next moment, a scene that shocked Chinzong appeared. Half of the Nirvana evil sword was stuck in the one-eyed giant's body and suddenly released a terrifying suction force. It was like a whale swallowing seawater, quickly absorbing the one-eyed giant's life force. The one-eyed giant struggled madly and swung its mace down. Chinzong wanted to pull out his sword and retreat, but he found that the Nirvana evil sword seemed to have merged with the one-eyed giant's body. He couldn't move it. Helpless, he could only let go and quickly retreat to avoid the attack of the mace. The Nirvana evil sword continued to devour life force. One could see that the exposed half of the sword was constantly flashing with red light. The red light rippled like water and was withdrawn into the sword. That was life force, the one-eyed giant's life force. It was undoubtedly very painful for the one-eyed giant to have its life force sucked away. It was so painful that the one-eyed giant went crazy and waved its mace recklessly, destroying everything around it. This lasted for a full 30 breaths. The ground within a radius of a few hundred meters had completely collapsed. It was as if a giant meteorite had crashed into it. The one-eyed giant raised its mace again, but it fell down powerlessly. Its mountain-like body had already become shriveled. Its life force had been sucked away. Even the scarlet crystal in its chest had completely dimmed. Walking over to the one-eyed giant's body, Chinzong grabbed the Nirvana evil sword and pulled it out. He couldn't feel any change. He swung the sword and cut open the one-eyed giant's chest. The evil heart inside had turned into a useless rock. The power inside had disappeared without a trace. It was undoubtedly devoured by the Nirvana evil sword. Chinzong's eyes narrowed. He stared at the Nirvana evil sword with a hint of seriousness. He felt more and more wary. This was a very terrifying sword. Taking a deep breath, Chinzong put the Nirvana evil sword into the storage ring. However, he found that the Nirvana evil sword was resisting. It refused to enter the storage ring, and the storage ring couldn't store it. This made Chinzong even more surprised and even more wary. Throw away the Nirvana evil sword? Chinzong pondered. Although the Nirvana evil sword was very evil and made him wary, if he didn't have the Nirvana evil sword, the other sword in his storage ring would probably be broken like the Ice Edge sword. He practiced the sword, and all his strength was in the sword. Without the sword, his strength would be less than 30% of his peak. In a place like this, the stronger he was, the better. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chinzong didn't hesitate or struggle. He immediately made a decision. Holding the Nirvana evil sword tightly, he moved forward again. The barren land seemed to have no end. Chinzong once again encountered spatial ripples and void demons. There were strong and weak void demons, but so far, other than the one that had stabbed Chinzong in the back, the other void demons didn't seem to be that strong. The strongest one was only at the level of Cyclops. Although it was very strong, it couldn't stop Chinzong. Chinzong controlled the sword with his heart. The power of the sword was overwhelming, his body was incomparably agile, and with the sharpness of the Nirvana evil sword, he was unstoppable. The only problem was that the void demons killed by the Nirvana evil sword would have their vitality sucked dry. Even the power of the evil demon's heart would be sucked dry. Chinzong wanted to fight for it. After all, the evil demon's heart was very helpful in purifying his power. Unfortunately, he couldn't win. There was nothing he could do. Chinzong made up his mind. I'll let you devour it. Let's see how much you can devour and what changes will happen in the end. Chinzong could sense that these void demons were extremely strong. This was especially the case for their life force, which was way above that of humans of the same cultivation state. But now that the Nirvana evil sword had devoured the life force of dozens of void demons, there were still no changes. Bottomless pit. During this time, Chinzong encountered another spatial crack. Fortunately, he was alert enough and his senses were sharp enough to avoid it. The spatial crack was very scary. Even the Nirvana evil sword couldn't stop it. Perhaps, with the Nirvana evil sword's material, it was not afraid of the spatial crack at all. However, Chunzong couldn't. The spatial crack appeared again, rippling out layer by layer. The amplitude was much greater than before, and Chunzong's eyes narrowed. Then, one figure after another appeared from the spatial crack. However, from their appearance, they seemed to be living beings like humans. Of course, their faces and bodies couldn't be seen clearly. All that could be seen was their armor. Their helmets were ferocious, with 2 horns. The armor on their bodies was rough and overbearing. They were more than 3 meters tall and held spears that were more than 3 meters long. Their entire bodies were pitch black. An extremely cold aura spread out from these void demons. They were very strong. Chunzong felt that they were not inferior to the mantis demon from before. 30. A total of 30 void demons appeared in front of Chunzong. Each of them exuded a very strong aura, which made Chunzong's face turn serious. If it was before, Chunzong wouldn't have had the confidence to fight them. However, now, with a sharp weapon like the Nirvana evil sword in hand, he could fight. The 30 void demons also noticed Chunzong's existence. Their scarlet eyes swept over and stared at Chunzong as if they were cutting through the air. The red light on their chests shone as if they were about to explode. They stepped forward together. The moment the 30 void demons moved, Chunzong's face changed drastically. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. The aura of the 30 void demons merged into one in an instant, becoming extremely terrifying. The threat was many times greater than that of the one-eyed void demon. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Chunzong quickly retreated close to the ground and widened the distance between them. The 30 void demons quickened their pace and launched a charge. Although there were only 30 of them, they had the amazing momentum of thousands of soldiers and horses. It was extremely terrifying. Like a charging formation, they tore through the sky. 30 spears that were more than 3 meters long pierced forward and pierced through the sky. Chunzong felt as if his body was being pierced through. Extremely terrifying. These 30 armored evil demons were like elite soldiers. Each of them possessed formidable strength. When they worked together, their might was even more terrifying. He didn't dare to face such power head-on, so he could only dodge temporarily. When the charging momentum was exhausted, it was the best time to counterattack. However, the 30 void demons spun their spears and rolled up a gust of wind, which eliminated the disadvantage of the charging momentum. Chapter 11:37. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The 30 evil armored demons charged 3 times in a row, and Chunzong retreated 3 times in a row. Every time the momentum of the charge was exhausted, the evil armored demons would immediately swing their spears to create a terrifying storm of spear blades, which would kill in all directions. This would dissolve the gap created by the end of the charge, allowing them to recover and launch another charge. After 3 rounds of observation, Chunzong had finally found the right opportunity. Once again, when the charge was about to end, Chunzong's strength erupted, and he leaped forward like lightning. The Nirvana evil sword slashed through the air. The moment Chunzong struck, the 30 evil armored demons had just finished their charge and were about to swing their spears to create a storm of spear blades. However, they were still a bit slower than Chunzong. A battle between experts only lasted for a breath. This breath was seized by Chunzong. A sword slashed through the air. With his superb realm of using the heart to control the sword, Chunzong was able to grasp the flaws in the combined attack of the 30 evil armored demons and break through them. The Nirvana evil sword sharpness was unparalleled. Even the extremely hard armor of the evil armored demons could not resist it. The sword slashed through the chest of one of the evil armored demons as if it were a piece of paper. The Nirvana evil sword continued to devour the life force of the evil armored demons. The only change was that the speed of devouring life force had increased. With a slash of the sword, more than half of the evil armored demon's life force was devoured. Suddenly, the evil armored demon shouted something. Chunzong could not understand it, but the other evil armored demons could. They immediately spread out and formed an encirclement surrounding Chunzong. They pointed their spears at Chunzong and locked onto him. Moving quickly, the 30 evil armored demons changed their battle formation. As soon as Chunzong approached, some evil armored demons retreated, while the other evil armored demons rushed forward, their spears like dragons emerging from the abyss. You advance, I retreat. You retreat, I advance. The exquisite coordination of the battle formation made Chunzong feel helpless. No matter how sharp the Nirvana evil sword was, if it could not hit its target, it would only end up in empty air. Now that he only had the strength of physique refinement left, he could not attack from a distance like chi refinement. What should he do? As if sensing Chunzong's helplessness and anger, the Nirvana evil sword suddenly trembled, and a terrifying Nirvana power suddenly surged from the sword. As Chunzong swung the sword, the Nirvana evil sword left the sword and shot out like an arrow from a bow. Nirvana sword chi. This sword strike came out of nowhere. It was beyond Chunzong's expectation, and it was also beyond the expectations of the Warframe Devil. It was impossible to guard against it. In the blink of an eye, the chest of a war-armored evil demon was pierced through. Even the evil demon's heart was pierced through. The fiend heart was of utmost importance. To the fiend void, it was the source of both power and life. With the death of one of the armored evil demons, the momentum of the battle formation was instantly broken. The other armored evil demons were also affected, and they paused for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Chunzong rushed forward and slashed his sword across the sky, directly killing one of the armored evil demons. The Nirvana evil sword devoured its life force like a whale. A single armored evil demon was indeed very strong, not inferior to the Mantis evil demon from before. But in the face of Chunzong with the Nirvana evil sword, it could not resist at all. From this, it could be seen how important and helpful a good sword was. Kill, kill, kill. With the battle formation broken, the threat of the 30 armored evil demons was greatly reduced. However, their strength was also extraordinary, and they still posed a great threat to Chunzong. The power of the long spear was amazing. If hit, even with a strong physique, it would be difficult to resist and would be directly pierced through. This was a bitter battle. However, with the sharpness of the Nirvana evil sword and the power of sword manipulation with heart, Chunzong still managed to kill all 30 armored evil demons. Other than the first armored evil demon, whose heart was directly pierced by the Nirvana sword chi and died, the other 29 armored evil demons were completely devoured by the Nirvana evil sword. After killing 30 powerful armored evil demons, other than some battle experience, he gained nothing. Chunzong frowned, and then his eyes fell on the Nirvana evil sword in his hand. Evil sword, you should have your own consciousness and wisdom. Respond to me. Chunzong said in a low voice. From the beginning until now, Chunzong had been puzzled by the Nirvana evil sword's ability to devour life force. Until just now, when he was unable to hit the armored evil demons and break the battle formation, the Nirvana evil sword shot out a ray of Nirvana sword chi, which really aroused Chunzong's doubts. The Nirvana evil sword was intelligent. In other words, after devouring life force, the Nirvana evil sword had changed. In the face of Chunzong's words, the Nirvana evil sword was like an inanimate object and did not move. You devoured life force, including the evil demon's heart. I gained nothing. Chunzong said again. The Nirvana evil sword still did not move. If that's the case, you can stay here. Chunzong said again, and let go of the Nirvana evil sword without hesitation. The extremely sharp tip of the sword broke through the ground, and half of it was stuck in the ground. The Nirvana evil sword was indeed very sharp. In his hand, it was like a divine weapon, allowing him to easily cut through the void demon's strong defense and then kill it. However, after killing it, The void demon's life force was devoured, and even the power of the evil demon's heart was devoured. Coincidentally, the evil demon's heart was very useful to Chunzong. Since using the Nirvana evil sword, he had killed at least 80 void demons, if not 100. With so many evil demons' hearts, it was enough to purify his dragon power and further increase his strength. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The Nirvana evil sword was still stuck in the ground, motionless, but Chunzong's back was getting farther and farther away. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps, 9 steps. When Chunzong took another step, the motionless Nirvana evil sword suddenly trembled, and there was a faint sound of the sword whistling, as if it was pulled out by an invisible arm and thrown with all its strength. It flew like a bolt of lightning towards Chunzong. In just a moment, the lightning-like sword light flew past Chunzong and stopped in front of Chunzong. It spun slowly, and the scarlet light on the sword flickered. Chunzong stopped, and his face was serious. He stared at the black sword in front of him, and he was not surprised at all. "What do you want?" Chunzong asked. The red light on the Nirvana evil sword flashed more rapidly. He reached out and held the sword hilt, and immediately a thought was transmitted to Chunzong. "All right, from now on, you can devour the life of the void demons, but their hearts will belong to me," Chunzong said, and reached an agreement with the Nirvana evil sword. According to the intermittent thoughts transmitted by the Nirvana evil sword, Chunzong roughly knew that the Nirvana evil sword had been severely injured and needed to devour life to gradually recover. As for why Qianqiu could not devour the life of the void demons when he killed them, and why Chunzong could devour the life of the void demons, there was no explanation. This was another question. However, at least Chunzong had reached an agreement with it, and they both took what they needed. The Nirvana evil sword devoured the life of the void demons, and the power of the evil demon's heart would belong to Chunzong. In this way, Chunzong did not have to worry. Holding the Nirvana evil sword, Chunzong moved forward again. He did not know how long he had walked, but in short, in the devil-devouring forbidden land, other than the spatial ripples and spatial cracks, there was nothing else to see. There was only a boundless barren land. The spatial ripples fluctuated, and another void demon descended. This time, there was only one void demon, and it was a giant with 2 heads. Its height reached an astonishing 15 meters, and Chunzong was as small as an ant in front of it. The 2-headed giant had an incomparably strong physique, like a mountain, and its legs were astonishingly thick and solid. Each of its 2 huge arms held a jet-black giant hammer that glowed with a cold metallic light. The hammerhead was several times larger than Chunzong's body. From the fluctuation of the 2-headed giant's aura and the dazzling red light on its chest, Chunzong could infer that this void demon was much stronger than the one-eyed giant. This meant that the 2-headed giant's life force was more vigorous, and the power contained in its heart was more majestic. Whether it was for the Nirvana evil sword or for Chunzong, it would be of great benefit. Kill! Without the slightest hesitation, Chunzong leaped up the instant the 2-headed giant appeared. His sword swept through the air like a meteor streaking across the sky. Boom! The 2 giant hammers struck down fiercely, and the terrifying power repelled the air, forming a vacuum. Chunzong felt his body swaying, as if he was being pulled by an invisible force toward the giant hammers, and was about to collide with them. Using his heart to control the sword and his body, he instantly broke free from the pull of the force, and passed between the hammers and swung his sword. Suddenly, a tyrannical invisible force exploded from the 2-headed giant's body, and like a ring of stars, it was full of amazing power, repelling everything. Caught off guard, Chunzong's body was repelled, and the hammer struck again. Like a feather in the clouds, he dodged the hammers again, and slashed out with his sword, tearing the ring of stars apart. True flame slash. The purple flame dragon force rushed out, and an extremely powerful body-refining martial art was used, showing no mercy. The 2-headed giant's skin was extremely tough, and even the cold-edged sword could not do anything to it, But under the Nirvana evil sword, it was like a thin piece of paper and was easily torn apart, and a third of its life force was immediately devoured. After losing a third of its life force, the two-headed giant's aura fell, and its movements became more sluggish. The second sword also devoured a third of the two-headed giant's life force. The third sword devoured the remaining one-third of the two-headed giant's life force. But Qinzong found that the heart in the two-headed giant's chest had become dim, and there was no light. Suddenly, an extremely pure power came from the Nirvana evil sword to the sword hilt, and entered Qinzong's palm, and quickly integrated into his body. Qinzong was very familiar with this power. It was the power of the demon heart after it was purified. Qinzong originally thought that the Nirvana evil sword would go back on its word, but he did not expect that it would help him purify the power of the demon heart, and then transmit it to him, saving him the effort of purifying it. Moreover, it was very fast, and it was even better than using the purple cloud black star flame to purify it. After refining and absorbing the pure power and integrating it into his dragon force, Qinzong could feel that his dragon force had become even purer, and it fed back to his physique, causing the strength of his physique to increase little by little. This feeling of becoming stronger was very wonderful, and Qinzong was intoxicated. Chapter 1138. The sword streaked across the sky like a shooting star. The Nirvanic evil sword pierced through the spatial fiend's chest, piercing through its heart and absorbing all of its life force and energy. The Nirvana evil sword then purified the energy in its heart and transferred it to Qinzong. The corrosive energy was then absorbed by the Nirvana evil sword to heal itself. A win-win situation. Qinzong could feel that his dragon power had been purified again, and its power had increased. Although his cultivation level was still at the peak of dragon power level 8, his dragon power had been purified by about 80%, and his power had increased significantly. His powerful body refining ability was the reason why he could survive in the devil-devouring Forbidden Land. The further he went, the more Qinzong realized that there were more spatial ripples and spatial cracks. The number of spatial demons he encountered increased as well. There were so many types of spatial demons that Qinzong was speechless. So far, he had killed more than 400 spatial demons with his sword. They were divided into more than 30 groups, and their appearances were all different. Spatial demons was a general term. Perhaps there were more detailed classifications among them, but Qinzong did not know about them yet. Qinzong did not think too much about it. His priority was to kill as many spatial demons as he could to improve his body refining ability. At the same time, he could let the Nirvana evil sword recover gradually. Qinzong wanted to see the Nirvana evil sword's power. It was the desire of a sword cultivator. Qinzong wanted to encounter more spatial demons and kill more of them. Kill. Dragon power purified by 90%. Dragon power purified by 100%. Originally, Qinzong's dragon force was a low-grade spirit grade body tempering art, which was the true flame body tempering art. Its might was limited, but after being tempered by the purple cloud black star flame, its intrinsic quality had improved. It was now comparable to the dragon force cultivated by an ordinary mid-grade spirit grade body tempering art. But now, the purity had increased by 100%, which was equivalent to doubling. It had already surpassed the dragon force cultivated by ordinary middle-grade spirit-level body refining techniques, but it still hadn't reached the dragon force cultivated by ordinary high-grade spirit-level body refining techniques. This meant that Qinzong's dragon power could be further purified, and its power could be further enhanced. Kill. Whenever a void demon appeared, they would immediately attack with their swords, not giving the void demon a chance to display its strength. 110%, 120%, 13%. By the time Qinzong's dragon power had been purified to 15%, he had already killed several hundred void demons. After all, the purification of dragon power would only get more difficult as it progressed. Nirvana Evil Sword, which had absorbed the life force of several hundred more void demons, finally showed some insignificant changes. A scarlet light appeared on the tip of the sword. It was very small, like the tip of a needle. If it weren't for Chunzong's excellent eyesight, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. When Chunzong stared at the needle-like red light, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes, as if they had been pierced. Whenever a void demon appeared, Chunzong would stab with his sword, easily piercing through the body of the void demon. The feeling of effortlessness was even more effortless than before. This made Chunzong realize that the tip of the sword had become even more terrifying, and its penetrative power was even more shocking. 116%, 117%, 180%, 190%, 180%. Since stepping into the devil-devouring Forbidden Land, Chunzong had killed several thousand void demons. If the demon experts of the Earth Demon Abyss knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. The power of several thousand void demons was not enough to raise Chunzong's dragon power to the level of spiritual level superior grade. However, it was 2 times purer than before, which was a huge improvement. Even his body was nourished by the dragon power, and its strength had also increased by 2 times. This meant that his defense was even stronger, and he could withstand stronger attacks without breaking. The red light on the tip of the Nirvana Evil Sword had also increased slightly, and it was spreading along the sword spine. From the looks of it, the sword spine would be completely covered. What kind of changes would occur when the sword spine was completely covered? Would it be completely restored? Chunzong did not know until he reached that stage. However, based on the current situation, he did not know how many void demons he would have to kill for the red light to completely cover the sword spine. Tens of thousands? More than that. Probably hundreds of thousands or even millions. Even if hundreds of thousands of void demons did not resist and instead lined up and waited for Chunzong to kill them, it would still take a long time. Thinking of this, Chunzong could not help but smile bitterly. Difficult. It was really too difficult. Immediately, Chunzong came to his senses. Since when did he want the power of the Nirvana Evil Sword? Unknowingly, he had developed a desire for the power of the Nirvana Evil Sword. If it was an ordinary sword, such as the Crimson Flame Sword, it would be normal to have its power. However, the Nirvana Evil Sword was not ordinary. It was an evil sword. Ichinchio had consumed his life force in exchange for power. If his desire came from the bottom of his heart, he might become like Ichinchio. He immediately became alert. The relationship between him and the Nirvana Evil Sword was only an agreement. For now, he needed the power of the Nirvana Evil Sword to better kill the void demons. However, the Nirvana Evil Sword did not have the ability to attack on its own. It needed Chunzong to control it, to kill the void demons and devour their life force to restore itself. If he understood this, he would not be affected or tempted by the Nirvana Evil Sword's power. Power was good, but it depended on how it was obtained. Chunzong was not willing to accept power that consumed his own life force. After all, after leaving this strange devil-devouring Forbidden Land, although he had lost the Cold-Edged Sword, he still had the Crimson Flame Sword. Suddenly, a huge spatial ripple surged out. It was so fast that it seemed to form a spatial rift. Chunzong was shocked. The spatial ripple's range was an astonishing 1,000 meters. After all, the spatial ripples that appeared among the thousands of void demons that he had killed previously only covered an area of 50 meters. When a spatial ripple appeared, the more powerful the void demon was, the larger the ripple's range would be. 1,000-meter spatial ripple. How powerful would the void demon be? Chunzong's mind raced, and when he made the comparison, he was shocked. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately retreated, putting some distance between them. Based on his deduction, a void demon that could cause 1,000-meter spatial ripple was not something he could fight against, even if he had the Nirvana Evil Sword. Even if his chi cultivation was not suppressed, he would still be no match for it. At this time, a pitch-black object pierced out from the center of the spatial ripple. Chun Zong stared at it. It looked like a fingernail as sharp as a claw. Following that, a finger pierced through the ground. Inch by inch, the spatial ripple shook violently. 5 fingers had appeared. Chun Zong was stunned. The 5 fingers were pitch black and covered with scales. Each scale felt bigger than his face. It did not look like a human's palm, but a demon's claw. Moreover, each finger was so thick that it would take at least 3 strong men to wrap their arms around it. As such, one could vaguely deduce how enormous the owner of this palm was. The palm also appeared. As expected, it was huge. Then the arm appeared. Endless black smoke rose from his fingers, palms, and arms like smoke signals soaring into the sky. With a boom, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake with a magnitude of more than 10. Chun Zong could not stand still. That scene made Chun Zong's pupils shrink to the size of needles. When the arm fell to the ground, the firm ground was as fragile as tofu. It was instantly broken, rolling up a terrifying wave of earth. The wave of earth was tens of meters high, rolling and endless. It blasted in all directions with a terrifying force that could destroy everything. Chun Zong smelled the scent of death. That wave of earth was so powerful that even with his current strength, he could not resist it. The shaking lasted for a quarter of an hour before it stopped. The terrifying wave of earth also settled down. Chun Zong had already retreated 10,000 meters away, so he was not affected much. Looking carefully, he saw a huge deep pit 10,000 meters away. He did not know how deep it was, but the spatial ripple had already disappeared. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Zong's soul sense swept out. He was shocked. In a huge pit, which was thousands of meters wide, there was no one. There was only a broken arm, which seemed to be a demon's broken arm that was cut off at the shoulder. It was lying quietly in the pit. An extremely terrifying aura was constantly spreading out from the broken arm, rushing in all directions and suppressing the space. It was only a broken arm. Chun Zong breathed a sigh of relief and stepped closer. The closer he got, the more he felt the terrible pressure. It kept rushing at him, oppressing his body and mind. If Chun Zong's cultivation was not weak, and his soul had been transformed and liquefied, which made it more powerful, he would have collapsed and fainted. Standing at the edge of the huge pit and staring at the huge broken arm, he could imagine that the owner of the broken arm was definitely hundreds of meters tall. If the strength of the void demon was proportional to the size of its body, then the void demon that was hundreds of meters tall must be very powerful. It was not something that Chun Zong could compare with. Such a powerful void demon would be able to kill Chun Zong with a single breath. Black smoke rose like a fog of fire, constantly rising into the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The Nirvana evil sword in Chun Zong's hand suddenly vibrated. The sword flashed with red light, and a thought urged Chun Zong to get closer to the broken arm. Desire. From the thought of the Nirvana evil sword, Chun Zong felt an incomparable desire. He raised his hand and threw. The Nirvana evil sword shot out like an arrow from a bow. A red light crossed more than 1,000 meters in a flash, like a meteor across the sky, and shot toward the broken arm in the huge pit. The red light tore through the black smoke. After a slight pause, it burst out with extreme desire and full strength, piercing into the broken arm's skin and began to devour it. Chapter 1139. The Nirvana evil sword continued to devour the remaining life force of the demon's arm. It shriveled at a speed visible to Chun Zong's eyes. The red light on the Nirvana evil sword became more and more dazzling, and the aura it emitted became more and more terrifying. Chun Zong was even more shocked. The demon's arm, from 1,000 meters away, made Chun Zong feel like he could not get any closer. Of course, if he tried his best, he could get a few hundred meters closer, but Chun Zong knew that he could not do it completely. The Nirvana evil sword could easily devour its life force. It was terrifying, and this made Chun Zong even more afraid. After a while, the demon's arm shriveled up like a rotten tree. and there was no more life force left. The red light on the Nirvana evil sword also gradually dimmed, and it instantly left the demon's arm and flew back to Chunzong. To a certain extent, the Nirvana evil sword had a certain degree of autonomy, but it was relatively simple. If it wanted to kill an enemy and devour their life force, it would be more difficult, and Chunzong would still be needed. Therefore, the Nirvana evil sword returned to Chunzong's hands. When he held the Nirvana evil sword again, Chunzong felt that it was different. It seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power, and once it was released, it could destroy everything. Taking a closer look at the sword, he saw that the red light that had been condensed at the tip of the sword had turned into a thin red line that extended up the spine of the sword. It extended for about 3 inches and condensed at the 3 inches point, as if it was a star. Looking more closely, Chunzong found that there were other stars along the spine of the sword. They were very faint, and if it was not for Chunzong's amazing eyesight and careful gaze, he would not have noticed them. Including the stars that were already lit, there were a total of 9 stars. In order to light up all 9 stars, the red light had to spread to the entire spine of the sword. After devouring the life force and strength of thousands of evil fiends, as well as an incomparably powerful evil fiend's broken arm, the red light had only spread 3 inches, which was only 1/10 of the sword's body. It was unknown when the red light would truly cover the entire sword spine and light up the 9 stars. Nirvana evil sword, after devouring so much life force, what other changes have you undergone? Chunzong could not help but ask as he stared at the red line and red stars on the sword. Immediately, a thought was transmitted into Chunzong's mind, and Chunzong was shocked. The red light meant that the Nirvana evil sword's power was recovering. Lighting up 1 star meant that it was recovering, and it also represented one of the sword abilities. This ability was the Nirvana Sword Chi. No matter what kind of power it was, once it entered the Nirvana evil sword, it could be transformed into Nirvana Sword Chi and released. The might of a Nirvana Sword Chi was extremely terrifying. It could destroy life, and its destructive power was unparalleled. It could be called peerless. This also meant that Chunzong had a long-range attack that was no longer limited by distance. Chunzong tried to infuse the dragon power into the Nirvana evil sword. Immediately, his powerful spiritual sense allowed him to sense that the dragon power that entered the sword and touched the star that was lit up changed instantly. It was no longer dragon power, but another kind of energy. This energy was filled with the aura of death and destruction. It was the power of Nirvana. This power of Nirvana was about to burst out. Soon after, a grayish-white sword aura condensed from the tip of the sword to the tip of the sword, as if it was solid before shooting out. It was so fast that it disappeared in front of Chunzong's eyes like a flash of lightning. With a glance, Chunzong could feel the power of the sword chi. It was very strong, at least twice as strong as the dragon power that he used. It really is. For a moment, Chunzong did not know how to describe it. The more he went down, the more he realized how powerful the Nirvana evil sword was, and the more tempted he would be. Exhaling, he threw away these worries for the time being. In the devil-devouring forbidden land, he did need the power of the Nirvana evil sword. But if he was lucky enough to leave this place, he could use the Crimson Flame Sword. After crossing the 1,000-meter-wide pit, the evil demon's broken arm had been completely devoured by the Nirvana evil sword. It had long decayed and was useless. It had to be said that Chunzong's luck had always been good. After that, he did not encounter any evil demons that were too strong to resist. The strongest evil demon was 20 meters tall. Its strength was terrifying. When it attacked, it was extremely fierce. Fortunately, he had the Nirvana Sword Chi. Otherwise, he would not be able to get close to it, let alone kill it. Chunzong once again witnessed the power of the Nirvana evil sword. The power contained in the heart of the 20-meter-tall evil void devil was astonishingly boundless. Chunzong was able to absorb it with ease, and the purity of his dragon power increased once again. Time flew. In the devil-devouring forbidden land, there was no sun, no moon, no day, and no night. It was difficult to feel the changes in time. Therefore, Chunzong was not sure how long he had been here. All in all, he had killed more than 10,000 evil demons of the void with his sword. Killing more than 10,000 sounded scary, but it was not a big deal. After all, the number of evil demons that died under Chunzong's sword in the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss was more than 10,000. It was more than 100,000. After killing so many evil demons and evil demons of the void, Chunzong's murderous aura was undeniably strong. However, his control over it was even stronger. He could control it freely. Kill, absorb, purify. After repeating this step, Chunzong's dragon power was 3 times purer than when he first entered the devil-devouring Forbidden Land. Now, the power of his purple flame dragon power was not inferior to the dragon power cultivated by an ordinary upper spiritual level cultivation method. However, there was still room for improvement. 4 times, 5 times, or even more. The 3 times increase in dragon power also strengthened Chunzong's physique under the constant feedback. When the dragon power was purified to 3 times its original level, it would be more difficult to purify it in the future. After absorbing the heart of a 20-meter-tall evil demon of the void, his dragon power did not change much. However, Chunzong knew that it was not that there was no change. It was just that the change was very subtle and insignificant. Chunzong felt a little helpless and could not help but shake his head. The more difficult it was to improve in the future, the more effort he would have to put in. Although the improvement was wonderful, Chunzong still wanted to leave here and return to the Earth Demon Abyss. Refining the antidote to the demonic poison required 3 main ingredients. Now that he had the blood essence of the demonic dragon's heart, he only needed the purgatory demonic soul flower and the earth-een mysterious nether liquid. The sooner he got them, the sooner he could be at ease. However, the opportunity to leave here was the space ripple. It depended on luck. So far, Chunzong had not encountered a space ripple that could allow him to leave. Kill, kill, kill. Absorb, absorb, absorb. 31%, 32%, 40%. Compared to when he had just entered the devil-devouring forbidden area, Chunzong's dragon power was 4 times purer. It was a terrifying 4 times. His body was also strengthened to 4 times its original level under the enhancement of the dragon power. It was as if he had turned from wood to steel, greatly increasing Chunzong's defense. Now, in terms of body refining strength and sword skills, Chunzong estimated that he should have reached the limit of the 9th level of the heavenly profound realm. At this moment, another space ripple appeared. Although it was not 1,000 meters wide, it was about 500 meters wide. It meant that the evil demon of the void that was about to pass through the space ripple was also very large, at least 100 meters wide. The 20-meter-wide evil demon of the void already made it very difficult for Chunzong to win. If it was a 25-meter-wide evil demon of the void, Chunzong estimated that even if he could win with all his strength, he would not be much better off. But if it was a 30-meter-wide evil demon of the void, he was no match for it. A 100-meter-wide evil demon of the void could easily kill him. From the center of the 500-meter-wide space ripple, there was a sharp, pitch-black tail. It was a tail that kept getting thicker and thicker, covered with sharp horns. Just the tail alone gave Chunzong an extremely terrifying feeling, as if the end of the world had come. The tail was dozens of meters long. Even if it was only swung gently, it brought about an extremely terrifying whistling sound, as if it could destroy the world and wreak havoc in all directions. The fierce wind was like a blade, easily cutting open the hard ground. Without any hesitation, Chunzong retreated as fast as lightning. The evil demon's arm appeared when it fell, but now the tail was still swinging gently, which meant that the tail was intact. It meant that it was a living and extremely powerful evil demon of the void. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Suppressing the curiosity in his heart, Chunzong increased his speed to the extreme. His bones and muscles vibrated at the same time as he madly retreated. When he was tens of thousands of meters away, Chunzong's sharp eyes also saw the evil demon of the void ripple in front of him. It was an extremely sinister, evil demon of the void. It seemed to be wearing an oval-shaped helmet on its head. Its mouth was small, but it was filled with astonishingly sharp teeth. Its shriveled body seemed to be made up of countless twisted black bones. Its arms were slender, but its claws were extremely huge, with protruding joints and extremely sharp ends. Its body was 100 meters tall, and its tail was at least 70 meters long, constantly swinging. It was extremely terrifying. Just from its appearance alone, it was definitely a murderous evil demon. An extremely terrifying aura constantly rushed out from the evil demon of the void, as if the space-time could not bear it. The ripples that could be seen were like raging waves sweeping across. This power was even more terrifying than the evil demon's severed arm. Of course, in terms of strength, the evil demon in front of him was definitely no match for the one-armed evil demon. However, that arm was only a severed arm. No matter how powerful it was, it could not be compared with a complete 100-meter-tall evil demon. Chunzong kept distancing himself. Only by keeping a sufficient distance would he be safe. The evil demon of Massacre's scarlet eyes swept across and finally stared at Chunzong. Although Chunzong was just a tiny ant in its eyes, killing had become its second nature. It would slaughter everything that moved in its eyes. Bending its legs, it suddenly stomped on the ground. An extremely terrifying roar sounded, and the extremely hard ground under its feet collapsed in an instant, creating a 1,000-meter-long crater. The evil demon of Massacre also erupted with an extremely terrifying speed. In an instant, it tore the space apart, stirring up an astonishingly violent hurricane and destroying everything in its path. Oppression. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.